How you guys doing? Doing well. I hope you're doing well. I hope everyone's doing okay. I see all of you very much are doing all right on this Friday evening. I'm having a perfectly fine time. I get to relax a little bit. Kids and Heather are going to head out to Costco, which is great. So I get to spend some time doing the thing I love. Spending time with all of you. And actually I got to finish and begin again. I finished the next 4 partial object Stoic videos, but then I'm rewriting the big one. A lot of the comments have been really interesting. The comments have been really fascinating. I had an inkling that, and I've had a handful of people hitting me up about Stoicism over the last few months. And I think there's this weird turn that's starting to happen, or people are starting to see at large the silliness that is the manosphere, the way that these people talk about Stoicism, the way these people talk about philosophy, and that there's something that's different. It's interesting. I've done Stoicism stuff before. I've talked about this shit. This isn't new, but how it's being responded to is quite new. So I'm excited about that. But for today, we're going to do a handful of reactions. We're going to talk about some random stuff. I was looking, Lucy ended up here, and I was surprised. Well, hello, Simone. It's good to see you. And yes, Costco hot dogs are next level. So what you do is you get a cup. You don't get soda with that. Drink water. Don't drink soda. And you take a hot dog. You go over to the hot dog space with like mustard, squirt it into the cup, ketchup, and relish. Use a hot dog to stir it up, and you dip and eat. That's how pros do Costco hot dogs. How are you guys doing? Today we're going to be doing a handful of videos and reactions. And of course, as always, we have our absolutely wonderful, stunningly perfect, fuck veggies on hot dogs. We got pickles, relish, technically. That counts. It doesn't. It's technically a fruit. That's okay. As always, $10 gets us a little bit of Jang. I was setting this up and it went to a random one and I saw the first frame and paused it. We're going to leave it there. It is Jang talking about a central bank controlled by foreigners. And I'm like, this is my next video. That's my next video. So that stays. That's staying there. But we have 4 videos to pick from today. 4 videos. Okay? And we're going to be putting them out in a little poll so you guys get to be the ones to decide. How does that sound? So up first is this. Healthy masculinity. The masculinity of Anarch. Our friend Anarch did a video on healthy masculinity. It's really terrible. It's really fucking terrible. It's really fucking terrible. So that's in the list. Just 3 out of 4 awful people here. This is, I'm not going to say what the name of this video is because it is incredibly offensive, but these 2 grifters have decided to react to another asshole who's reactionary Zoomer fuck. Rumbo, do you remember him? We've talked about him. We showed him once. He doesn't understand philosophy at any fundamental level. Anarch, I'll make it good. Don't worry, because I'm going to be bringing in Waymond from Everything Everywhere All at Once. So, because I've did a little bit of these. This is horrifying, and we're not going to necessarily watch all of it. In fact, any of these at any point, I may decide not to do anything. I may go, this is fucking terrible. Because this is also terrible. These guys suck. This is Salty Salts, Salty and Jung talk about crap. But then there's 2 that I think are going to be interesting. I am a big fan of Jacob Geller. I don't know about you guys. I'm a big fan of Jacob Geller. I watched a little bit of this video and I found it lacking. And we'll see how much it is lacking wise. The close watching felt appreciated and important for this because Animal Farm just released. It's a nightmare of the worst kind, but not in a way anyone understands. And as I'm learning, no one has actually read Orwell. And this feels like, as I watch it, it's a video where I don't think he's read a lot of Orwell either. And so it's frustrating. So we'll see. And then, I don't even know if it's good or bad. It's been recommended to me so much, but I had to add this. This just seems like the best idea yet. This video is called Foucault's Order of Things, explained with trading cards. And it's only 9.5 minutes. I honestly don't even care if it's good. Apparently it's quite fun. Order of Things, for those of you who've been watching and know, Order of Things is my favorite Foucault book. I actually love it. It gave me an appreciation of art and an understanding of art that it's hard for me to even talk about because he changed how I looked at art fundamentally. I like Foucault. I love Foucault. This video apparently is wonderful. So it's Foucault and trading cards. That's going to be the setup. Jump in, vote away as you want, and we'll see what happens. We will end up doing Foucault's Order of Things explained with trading cards kind of regardless. It's probably going to be it's probably the best one. So it's in the list. Don't worry about it. My money is that it's actually a pretty solid fucking video. I don't know. We'll find the fuck out. Regardless, it's going to be fun. But yeah, we don't live in a good time for philosophy and thought, and shit on YouTube is getting worse and worse, and people are getting worse and worse. It's bad out there, man. It's bad out there. But we can find ways to do better. Yeah, so the card video is clear and away going to be the fucking winner. And this will be the order of things. That's it. That'll be the order of things. Decided by the poll when I decided to end it. Don't worry. We'll get to Anarch. We'll get to other things, but we're going to start with this. We're going to see what happens.
Every trading card reduces a creature to a set of features: its name, type, attack power, and effect. Without those features, the game couldn't exist. As Kant basically said, in order for us to think about reality, we must structure it into categories. Trading cards are a metaphor. To see reality at all, we have to frame it. Take the Blue Eyes White Dragon card, for example. Observe how the card literally shows itself as an appearance, based on whether or not it's face up or face down. And when the card is face up, you only see the artwork of the blue eyes as a frozen image. You don't see the blue eyes in action.
I already very much like this video. Just so you know, I'm already sold in. I like the idea. It's not, I could be a dick about a lot of things in it already, but this is perfectly fine. And this is very interesting as an idea. The idea that, especially because most of us did not, well, I mean, when I was growing up in the era when these cartoons were on, most people I know didn't start in the cards and go, oh my God, they made an anime out of my favorite. That's not how this happened. That's not how this happened. It's not why you got into Yu-Gi-Oh! It was the opposite. And watching the attempts since then to try to bring to life what was the promise of the show that was not delivered on it. You don't have, the cards don't come to life, but the video games and the AR systems and all that shit, it's incredible. And it's, I think I dig the shit out of this idea. That's a really good metaphor for what Foucault's doing. Like, let me say up front, like, there are minor things, depending on, because if it's about the order of things, we're going to be getting the epistems. There's going to be some tonal things, but for an under 10-minute video, I can't really complain about this idea. I can't complain about the idea. I just hope it goes somewhere good.
Only framed as a card. Different cards with different art styles may reveal to us different facets, different faces of the blue eyes, but there are other aspects of the blue eyes that we don't see.
Yeah, so I want to strengthen it a little bit because we're watching this video talk about these things and we are aware that the card is framing. I think the point of the video, and I'm just going to be I'm being very pedantic here, but I think the video is too. The only way you can ever actually interact or deal with the blue eyes white dragon is through the card. It doesn't exist outside of that. There is no experience of the blue eyes white dragon except via the card, via the points, via the text, via these things. The framing of it is the thing. Don't do the thing that is, I think, like this. The reason it goes, this is the same problem I think people run into when we have videos that do like Deleuze and drum machines. It's the metaphor clouds people because they start thinking that there is a gloss being placed over that's almost domesticating, which you could read and hear this as like taking Kant's term and domesticating it into a simplistic sort of version of itself. Because again, framing is not optional. Framing is not a method for Kant. It is the fundamental condition of experience. And that idea, we want to be very careful about that this is a metaphor. They're trying to make a larger point, but don't take that point in the wrong way, right? Oh, Hoshi, thank you very much. It's very kind for you. That's very kind of you to say. And thank you for coming, Melper. Welcome to the collective.
This is what Kant means when we only perceive the phenomenal world and not the noumenal.
Well, shit. Give me a second.
Different faces of the blue eyes, but there are other aspects of the blue eyes that we don't see. This is what Kant means when we only perceive the phenomenal artwork of the blue eyes as a frozen image. You don't see the blue eyes in action, only framed as a card. Different cards with different art styles may reveal to us different facets, different faces of the blue eyes, but there are other aspects of the blue eyes that we don't see. This is what Kant means when we only perceive the phenomenal world and not the noumenal. We only see the appearance, not the essence. And what's interesting is that despite all of...
And that's what I mean. Again, you need to be very careful and generous with how it is a metaphor, because if you're taking it as a metaphor, this is very fun. However, the noumenal and phenomenal aren't, one thing is like the hidden side of the other. Right? Like the noumenal is not that. It's a limiting concept fundamentally. It's more complex. Still good. Still good. But it's
the different faces of the blue eyes. Each blue eyes is treated as the same in the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. In fact, even features of a card are treated as exactly the same. Nietzsche pointed this out in his essay on Truth and Lies in the Non-Moral Sense, when he talks about how concepts flatten the individual differences between things. Quote, "Every concept arises from the equation of unequal things, just as it is certain that one leaf is never totally the same as another, so it is certain that the concept of leaf is formed by arbitrarily discarding these individual differences and by forgetting the distinguishing aspects."
This is that's an excellent deployment of that line from Nietzsche. I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know. That's an incredibly excellent deployment of that. Because it's I bring it forward. They don't have to. This is not a critique. This is just me being me. When we talk about, and Deleuze talks about difference, one of the things that's very tough for people to understand is that, like, oh, well, yeah, no two trees are the same. I get that, but they're still trees. And it's like, yes, that's the thing. There's no such thing as two trees that are the same tree. But actually, it's a step further. That tree isn't the same as it is a moment ago or now. And those differences in the moment and in the configuration of what that tree is, which includes you seeing it as part of that tree existing in that moment, is so contingent and in that moment that there is no tree a second time. It's I make this joke in my Stoic video about the Stoic line of you can't step in the same river twice. I would argue there's no river to step into twice. You can never step into it once. That's the thing that is kind of the tougher part here. But this is really good usage of this. Like, this is very good usage of this.
Attack power in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the clearest metaphor of concept arising from unequal things. If you take a bunch of dragons with 3,000 attack points, they may all have the same attack power, but the way they attack is unique. Blue Eyes White Dragon attacks with white lightning, and a Red Dragon Archfiend attacks with a scorching crimson flare. Yet in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Game, their attacks are essentially treated the same, because they all have the attack power of 3,000 points. And while
this is how to metaphor, by the way. If anyone wants to know the difference between when I say I don't like analogies, but I don't mind metaphors when they're done right. That's it. Analogies flatten, metaphors build. There's a difference in how they function. This is very good for this dude.
Kant and Nietzsche give us a glimpse into the
It's very cute. That's very cute.
limits of how we come to understand things. Foucault takes this further by showing that these structures aren't fixed because they change across history. In his book, The Order of Things,
I'm not going to say that's probably not right. I'm going to say I disagree with it. I don't see Foucault as taking Nietzsche and Kant further. I think he's working differently. He's fundamentally playing with the historicism and the historical configuration of discourses and all of these other elements that make concepts possible. It's a distinct philosophical sort of move on its own. I mean, I think you could probably make an argument that there is clearly he's taking from them, like he talks about them, but I don't know if it's the same, if he's taking them further. I don't know where Kant would have a lot to say on specifically this, actually. Like, the order of things is not playing in the same way. So, Guana, is it really a metaphor? Isn't it an example of the actual concept? Yes?
he divides human epistemology into 3 epistemes, or historical paradigms of how we know what we know: the Renaissance, Classic, and Modern. The Renaissance episteme.
One sec, I need to go hear this again.
We come to understand things. Foucault takes this further by showing that these structures aren't fixed because they change across history. In his book, The Order of Things, he divides human epistemology into 3 epistemes, or historical paradigms of how we know what we know.
Probably just allow it. Epistemes are not epistemology. They play differently. But it's fine. Like, he's got the thing that he says, and he uses it here, how we know what we know is the epistemological question. That's not Foucault's thing, though. Foucault's question is not how we know what we know. It's what makes the ability or the question how we know what we know speakable and mean what it does in a given historical milieu. So that's the episteme. That's the difference. It's minor. This, again, it's a 9.5 minute video. So
Renaissance, Classic, and Modern. The Renaissance episteme dealt with resemblance and similarity. This would be like organizing cards according to their element or artworks. In Yu-Gi-Oh, for example, there are 6 attributes a card could fall under: light, dark, fire, water, air, and earth. So all trading cards, regardless of their features, would be grouped together based on the fact that they have a watery or a fiery vibe to them, even with cards from other card games. The Classic episteme dealt with taxonomy and classification.
that's correct, by the way. Generally speaking, that was correct.
This is where cards are ordered not based on vibes or energy, but actual defined features of the card. First, the cards could be organized based on the different trading card games, Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, and Pokemon. Then, in the Yu-Gi-Oh category, cards could be organized into monster, spell, trap card, Xyz monster, fusion monster, synchro monster, and then the monsters would be further divided based on either their type, archetype.
I'm going to actually improve on this slightly because this one is off in a very minor way, but it's kind of a huge deal. The classic period, and again, not Foucault expert, so grain of salt, although I'm pretty sure on this one. The classic period was about taxonomy. It didn't deal with taxonomy. The phrasing he's using here is that the taxonomy of the cards and the organization of them took forward. It's organization and taxonomy that became central. Classification itself, the knock-on effect of that, the idea of a table of contents, for example, the idea of like an Excel spreadsheet that you can catalog everything, the idea of cataloging things, right? That set up this ordering openly of identity and difference, where what we're assuming underneath it is that the sign itself is adequate to the signified, produces taxonomy. It isn't that taxonomy's first. It's that the classic produced taxonomy as an after effect. Again, I'm a fucking pedant. You know what you were getting into. Are we skipping the Renaissance? We don't care about the Renaissance. Actually, we did the Renaissance. That was a moment ago, just so you know. That was a moment ago. That was, it's right before this. He just did it.
The Renaissance episteme.
Say.
With cards from other card games. The classic episteme.
Are you getting an insane number of ads? You should be getting an ad every 24 minutes from when you start. That's, hey, look, I got to make $2 for the fucking stream. But you should not be getting an insane number of ads. Let me double check. I had that set up. Like I went out of my way. I can turn it off completely, but I don't feel like doing that because nope, every 24 minutes, that's not an insane number of ads. I've only been institutional. We've gotten one ad at this point. We've gotten 5 ads. But that's what it's YouTube settings are the ones I'm telling you about. I go to YouTube and it's like monetization on scheduled every 24 minutes. Fine. We'll do scheduled every 24 minutes. It's fine. I don't know. What the fuck? That's weird. That's terrible. Very sorry about that.
Dealt with taxonomy and classification.
I'm not the master of YouTube, but why does it give me the option if it makes you watch things I don't set? It's fucked up.
This is where cards are ordered not based on vibes or energy, but actual.
Any number of ads is insane? Look, I want to make $5 on this, okay? I make nothing on these. Just a few minor ads, my friend. Come on, en busca del duende. Please, my friend.
Defined features of the card. First, the cards could be organized based on the different trading card games, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Magic, and Pokemon. Then, in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Category, cards could be organized into monster.
Thank you, Dark. And you feel free to ad blocker, but thank you very much. Very much, very much for the, I think like, what, $6, $5 US? $100 pesos. Thank you so much.
Spell, trap card.
It's not like $6? I don't know. I used to know.
Disease monster, fusion monster, synchro monster. And then the monsters would be further divided based on either their type, archetype, or card rarity, or attack power, or level.
See, this is all, the shift is more fundamental than what he's pointing at because, and it's not a hard mistake to make because taxonomy seems like it's the focus of this era, but taxonomy is a product of it. What it is it's raising the sign to the meaning of signification. The sign itself becomes important versus the Renaissance where the sign is not really the deal, but it's more about the iconography of it, which is analogous and allows a flattening. It's, again, minor squabble. This is insane amount of shit getting right in 3 minutes and 30 seconds for what is, I think, one of the harder books Foucault wrote.
Etc. All the dragons would be
Thank you for the $2 silly, Simon.
Organized into a category, and all of the dinosaurs would be ordered into a category, and so on and so forth. And finally, the modern episteme focused on dynamics and processes. This is where categorization starts to become particularly complex and complicated, because it's not merely observing clear representations or features of the card, but what the cards actually do in the game. The classical episteme would merely divide cards into archetypes. The Naturia archetype would be grouped together because they are all cute cartoon forest creatures, and the Dark World archetype would be grouped together.
This is
dynamics and processes. This is where categorization starts to become particularly complex and complicated, because it's not merely observing clear representations or features of the card, but what the cards actually do in the game. The classical episteme would merely divide cards into archetypes. The Naturia archetype would be grouped together because they are all cute cartoon forest creatures, and the Dark World archetype would be grouped together because they are all malicious fiends with striking purple lightning in the background. But the modern episteme would acknowledge the playstyle and hidden strategy underneath both archetypes. Naturias would be known for their ability to negate and control cards. For example, Naturia Beast can negate spell cards, while Dark Worlds would be known for discarding and drawing cards.
It kind of makes sense that the video would have trouble with this because, by definition, all of these games, Magic, fucking Pokemon, fucking Yu-Gi-Oh, don't actually have the ability to be a modern episteme because they're literally categorized and hyper-categorized and fixated on that. They're like, they're built in that way. The modern episteme is not really what's being talked about here. The shift is, again, how is meaning derived? How is the thing? What is the order of things? And I don't think this one quite gets it, because as you know, the iconography, the icon, the analogous in the first, the second, where it's like the particular organization and the way that we stratify and build out the meaning of like the tables of everything and how everything's related in that way, which realizes and has secondary things. The modern episteme is focused on man. It's a foundational play in a different way. The contrast that Foucault builds is not that it's static and underneath is dynamic. It's the representational, like the fact that it's a card, and then the depths that representation does not have the ability to exhaust. Just having it be like if we're talking about just in the game, if I was to try to find a way to make this work, I'd probably say the thing that is happening now, and this is the modern episteme, is that we are aware as we play, and this is played in the classical episteme, I would argue, but the awareness of all of the labor, meaning, exploitation, the language used in every part of it, from the semiotics to the card stock to how it's set up, to the life and vitality that's built into it, that stepping back and being aware of it is the modern episteme. Representational thinking is inference of rules and behavior, which is what he's talking about here. It's not that next step. The next step is really tough to get across, though, so to be fair. But it would be, you'd have to do the meta play, where like you go, you're playing, and then butt crack guy at Magic the Gathering tournaments. That is technically implied by all of these cards. Butt crack guy. If you don't know who I'm talking about, you should. A guy went around and took a bunch of photos with butt cracks at these things because a lot of heavyset, unkempt dudes play these games. And I went to go, because my kid's getting into these games, I went to a Magic shop recently, and I have no desire to introduce him to playing these games anymore. The smell. But the implication around what these cards are and how they play, sometimes my crack is out. I am an unkempt, overweight man too. Thank you very much. That thing that is the rest of this, that the game doesn't encompass. Staying within the game is still representational, is still not quite making the move to understanding the modern move for Foucault. Foucault's modern move is to understand this place, these cards, what they look like, and that everything else that's behind them that it couldn't possibly signify. That's the move. It's tough. It's tough. Right? Like, Foucault talks about this, that there is an ongoing strain. I'm your unkempt, overweight, unkempt man. No, that'd be all. I'm not the only one. I know you cheat on me with other unkempt, overweight men. It's very, very fine. I know. Foucault writes about how there are things that exist now. I can't remember the exact, it's art. He spends a lot of time with his art, but let's talk about this right here. What he might call this a strain on the classical, right? So the idea is that the classical is being stretched to things that it really never really signified or worked with, because we are now fundamentally, whether or not this guy is acknowledging it or not, we are aware of all the meta conversation, right? So there is, with just this screenshot of this video, there is a deck construction meta that someone somewhere is, oh, look, I have a deck like this. Oh, he's an idiot for blah, 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 blah. That thing. Also, other people are like, oh my God, he's got a rare card. I don't know if he does. I don't play this fucking game. But the meta of it that's happening, the economic situation of his cards and his player and the biological state he's happening during play, that would be closer and cleaner. Still not it, though, because it's still trapped within a space of the classical and being stretched out. Right? It's tough. I'm not saying the video is wrong. I'm saying the challenge is that when you've picked something that is fundamentally representationally based, you can't make the next step.
For example, Grapha, Dragon Lord of the Underworld, can be special summoned if he's discarded. Naturally, one begins to wonder if there's an episteme that's actually better than the others. Foucault would probably refrain from answering this question.
That's
In
true.
the preface of The Order of Things, he opens with a bizarre classification from Borges, where animals are grouped in a way that seem absurd and hilarious, until you realize they follow a different logic. What feels natural to us is already shaped by a system we don't fully see. But if we don't see it, how do we break out of it? Well, there are times when the organizational system starts to break beyond our control.
There's also the other thing about that intro, just a minute, because I really do love it, is the reason it's in there and the reason it's great is because it is, as you read it, and we'll actually go back to it because I think he shows it. Yep. This is the way to organize all animals. It's hilarious because the reason it works is that it's destroying the categories that ultimately allow these creatures to be set side by side at all. Right? They're in a table, right? They're in a table. They're in the classical system, you could say. But the dynamics behind them, the underneath, the meta of all of this, the common ground that is man, the shock is not that the categories are weird, although you giggle at that for sure. But it's instead that there is no surface, that there is no real table, right? That holds these things together. Right? Borges always knew what he was doing. He's great. He's great.
Different logic. What feels natural to us is already shaped by a system we don't fully see. But if we don't see it, how do we break out of it? Well, there are times when the organizational system starts to break beyond our control. Later in the book, Foucault talks about how monsters are things that expose our categories.
This would be great. This is This is maybe the best metaphor I've heard for this book, and it's kind of hilarious at this point. I like it.
By not fitting into them. And in trading card games, this happens all the time. Let's say we divide cards by type and put all of the dragons into a pile. Everything seems fine until you run into a card like Power Tool Dragon. It literally has dragon in its name, but in the game it's defined as a machine type. So now it's grouped with machines and treated like a machine in the actual game, but not treated like a dragon at all, despite being called and appearing like a dragon. Now, all creatures in trading card games are monsters.
It's excellent usage of this. That's an excellent usage of this. That's an excellent usage of... This is so great. This is very clever. I'm actually kind of like jealous. This is a new video. It's good for this guy. Jesus Christ. That's very clever. One of the things that's tough to sort of get across, and there's a lot of ways you could do it, again, to have one thing that people are aware of today, especially people who are terminally online, to take that idea, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and to be able to transcribe it across all these things is really kind of fantastic. Categorical instability, the monsters, all of these things, it doesn't really matter if he's kind of playing with something that I could probably go into a little bit. It's not really a monster. It's more of a heterotopia. I'm an asshole. Ignore me. It's still a very good example of what Foucault's talking about, though.
Pokemon means pocket
But
monsters.
it is a heterotopia.
And Yu-Gi-Oh also means dual monsters. But for Foucault, Power Tool Dragon is an actual monster because it puts strain on the organizational system by exposing the limitation of its ability to categorize. Sometimes Yu-Gi-Oh tries to patch it up with its own internal structure. Take Light and Darkness Dragon. It's clearly defined as light for its attribute, but it could easily be typed as a dark attribute monster. But since monster cards in Yu-Gi-Oh can only have one attribute, with the rules in Yu-Gi-Oh almost random or arbitrary, even the same creature in the same card game can be treated as two different objects. Take Torterra and Pokemon. Torterra can be defined as either a grass type or a fighting type as two separate cards. But also, not only can one creature be treated differently in the same game, but treated differently in different games. Observe what happens when we add Cold Water Snapper from Magic the Gathering.
This is just excellent, by the way. This is just excellent.
And Naturia Landois from Yu-Gi-Oh! They're essentially like Torterra, giant land turtles that appear...
He hasn't stated it. This is, if you're wanting to look into it, this is synchronic shit versus diachronic, which I think he's still talking diachronic, I'm not sure, but this is the synchronic thing. Really, the way that you have these resemblances, or this is really interesting. This is a very well done thing. God damn.
To shake the ground.
I'm kind of jealous.
Yet look how different they appear in each game. First, their artworks are different. Torterra and Pokemon looks like a cartoon, smooth with simple features, while in Magic, Cold Water Snapper looks realistic and detailed, and in Yu-Gi-Oh, Naturia Landois looks like something in between, a realistic cartoon. And then also look at how they are typed. Landois is vaguely defined as a rock type, nothing resembling a turtle, or even a mammal, or a water creature. It's defined as a rock, and Torterra is clearly a turtle, but not viewed as a turtle at all, only a grass or fighting type. Only in Magic the Gathering do you see a feature that would actually call this kind of creature a turtle. Another point worth noting is that Torterra is a Stage 2 Pokemon. Pokemon emphasizes almost a kind of narrative and process.
It was an effortless transition, by the way. This is hard. I am just commenting on a thing that was very excellent here. When you're writing these, it is very easy to slide in. Now I'm going to, or now this, now that, and very difficult to have transitions move in a way that feels effortless to the audience. It's difficult to do. This was very well done.
Of growth over time. While in Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh, you don't really get that at all. Sometimes in Yu-Gi-Oh, monsters do evolve, but it's not emphasized, or a structure of the game that must be played around. And this leads to a deeper question. Who decides these categories in the first place? Whether or not Power Tool Dragon is a dragon or a machine type. Whether or not Torterra can be defined as a grass or fighting type. Why different creatures in general can appear so differently in different frameworks. In the end, after all this organization of cards, I think Foucault is ultimately asking us to question and think deeply about how we organize and structure.
Tough question to ask, because for these cards, there's actually an answer. That, like, you can look the guys up on LinkedIn. You can find out who they are. That doesn't exist in the real world. So don't do that. There's no who. Like, the point for Foucault is that there is no who. It's configurations of practices and power and institutions and discourse and historicity. It's a historicity claim again. And I went over this with Sunday a little bit ago. Still, good vid.
Structure the world in front of us and the kinds of implications it creates. While it may seem harmless to organize things, what happens when we start attributing value judgments and expectations to our organizations? If we organize cards by attack power, do we start privileging and enforcing higher attack power cards over others?
Now he's just speaking to anyone who's ever had to hold sets of these cards in his. All right, where do I put this? Fuck me.
If we organize cards based on type, do we privilege certain types like dragons over other types? We're not merely organizing the world. We're deciding what matters.
I would have one minor change
Dragons
to that end
over
line.
Other type?
It implies that we're not merely organizing the world, we're deciding what matters. The deciding what matters happens earlier. It's a residual essentialism that comes with it. There's it could have been great, but it's that ending. Yeah, it's still very good video. Generally speaking, it's a really great illustrative tool. Excellent choice. Ran through the entire thing. Really literal answers to questions that probably shouldn't have literal answers, but fucking solid. To me, that's like a 9 out of 10 video. Genuinely. Like, that's a interesting, sparks discussion. It's good enough that it's not saying the wrong things, but it's short enough and smart enough that you can go build off of it and go run and go find good works. Go read the order of things. Excellent shit. Excellent shit. Excellent shit. Don't we always do the deciding? No. Well, this is Gil. It's going to be a question of what deciding means. That's the problem. That's the problem. Girls, you got him to play Diablo 2 Resurrected? Why? Foxy, I am ready to. This is fine if it happens. I'm happy to. I may lose a YouTuber I like. I've gained one. So let me actually. Oh, he's a big old furry. Of course he is. Let me send you all there. Go give a bunch of subs to my friend here, because this is great. Why Clifford is boring and Stitch isn't. Why Godzilla is awesome and Clifford isn't. Wow. Why the boardroom scene is so terrifying and Godzilla. Monster epistemology. I'm not gonna watch the furry shit. I'm not against it. It's not for me. It's not knocking it. That's not my jam. But it ain't. I have a visceral reaction to it because I'm an old person. But now I kind of want to watch a Clifford video. Because they're all videos hating on Clifford the big red dog. And I kind of... Why is he shitting on Clifford? I kind of dig the fuck out of that.
Over 30 movies have been made, and they all basically have the same plot.
And they're awesome, by the way. I am a hard stand for everything Godzilla, except for one movie with Matthew Broderick, which is just not even a movie.
a giant monster destroys a city. So why are
Yeah, kind of like, you're not alone. He's got astrology shit. We're going to give it a chance.
people still watching them? Well, unlike other monsters
This is a 4-minute video. We can do a bunch of these. I can do a bunch of these.
with their jump scares and shock value in horror movies, Godzilla, blowing buildings to bits and smashing cities to smithereens, will never ever get old. A skyscraper in itself is already big. Cities themselves are huge, filled with millions of people. And although they are large, they are still pretty comprehensible. They have names, histories, cultures, and identities. Like, yeah, that's Los Angeles, and that's New York City, and that's...
So, Little Brooks lore, also from my brother too. We recorded Gomorrah on VHS. It was on channel 20 in Colorado when I was like 9. I was young, maybe 10 or 11 ish, right around there. Channel 20 was brand new. And it was so fucking awful and then awesome. It was the first time I actually enjoyed a film in the way I have come to enjoy so many bad movies that are wonderful at the same time. The spinning fucking turtle, I don't know why, but it just hooked me, and that was it for me forever.
Dubai, getting pretty big with their buildings over there. But with Godzilla, we can't help but feel awe and wonder because his size and power can never be fully grasped by the mind. Compare Godzilla to Clifford the Big Red Dog. Like Godzilla, Clifford evokes awe and wonder. Why is he all red? Did Clifford get his fur dyed? Why is he so big? Does he have gigantism?
I've never understood Clifford the Big Red Dog. My kids have never understood Clifford the Big Red Dog. When I was little, I didn't understand Clifford the Big Red Dog. I don't get it.
Disease or something? Like, what is going on there? I've never seen a dog like that before. It makes you wonder.
He made videos on Ayn Rand. Well, maybe he's grown.
But after reading a book on Clifford, he becomes...
That last video was good enough. I will give him room to grow as a person.
Very boring, very fast, because our minds quickly get accustomed to his size. When he's next to a house, it might seem a little scary at first, but Clifford is sweet and harmless, so we get used to it. And when you compare Clifford to the city, he's actually pretty small, like the people who live in it.
See, I disagree with this, and I have a fundamental disagreement. There's a wonderfully horrible horror movie, The Night of the Lepus. Night of the Lepus. We don't have to watch the rest of this. Let's go. Night of the Lepus. I think it's Night of the Lepus. Yep. Night of the Lepus. Night of the Lepus is, in theory, something that could be terrifying. Okay? It's a horror movie where rabbits get like super special and they kill and eat people. It's fucking hilarious. But the reason it's hilarious is specifically the scale they chose for all of the animals. And this is why Clifford versus Godzilla specifically is the problem. Godzilla is unspeakably large and actually unknowably large. And in fact, the stuff around him is so big that you end up with a sort of megalophobia. The scale of your existence is not comparable because Godzilla isn't just a big lizard. He's a unique standing lizard. There's no such thing as like small Godzillas walking around, right? Like you could say he's a Komodo dragon. Great. On his hind legs, it's not a normal lizard dragon thing, right? That thing, when you have something that you know the size of, like a dog, and it's just bigger, it's not a relational thing. You shift your understanding of size. You go, oh, well, that. And suddenly everything around it becomes like doll houses. And if you saw the picture, that's how you reacted to the Clifford stuff. It's like, oh, they're miniatures. And you didn't really even feel that with Godzilla because he is an indeterminate size and literal miniatures that are really shitty. The others were drawn. They weren't even miniatures. Lepus has this because neither the Lepus they
What is the terrifying mutant?
This is an amazing movie. It is DeForest Kelly's best film.
That strikes from behind the shroud of night.
It's a real movie, by the way. This is a real movie. It is not a comedy. It is now a comedy. It was not a comedy. This was a serious fucking dark, scary movie. And the problem is the Clifford the Big Red Dog problem. And let me see. I may have to show, because Red Letter Media did a bit on it. We're gonna do that. We're gonna go back. Because they don't actually show the best thing ever, which is, yeah, they've got it here. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. There's Neil Breen, who's great. That's not Night of the Lepus. Is this one? Was Night of the Lepus, I think, was up first. And the problem is that, like, yeah. This is the thing. They're just rabbits. If Clifford were kind of a weird mutant dog, it would become uncanny. But he's just a big red dog. These are just big rabbits. And so it's like fucking adorable, not terrifying. Yeah, they're just bunnies, and like the cutest miniatures. Oh, it's Red Letter. We'll play it. Fuck them.
Even when those miniature sets are very well done and blended very nicely,
which they are 30% of the time.
Yeah, it's still cute.
Yeah.
It's true. Even when they're done very well.
It doesn't really work.
Yeah, that's why the shots are so quick. Because, like, you can't hold on a bunny for too long because they're going to...
Because, yeah, they can do it. So the thing is, this is the problem with Clifford the Big Red Dog. He's just bigger, and so everything kind of looks cute around him because of that setup. Godzilla is not just a big lizard. If he was just a big lizard, you'd have actually a really uncanny problem there. That's why King Kong is not just a normal monkey. He's got to be a very particular gigantic type of thing. Like, this is why they do that. You have to have that. Night of the Lepus is great. If you can find it, it's genuinely a stunningly wonderful film.
He's really not amazing at all. Even if he dyed his fur red. Now look at Godzilla. When you see Godzilla, first you see a giant lizard foot.
But that's the thing. What is the claw? What's the foot? This is even from the shitty one. Like, this is the problem. Is like that thing, it's unidentifiable. It's not clearly a lizard's claw because it's not. There's no lizard that has it more dinosaur-y. That's the thing. That'd be the thing. Let's just see. It's apparently made... I did. Ayn Rand demonized Kant, a critique of object. Oh, he's shitting on Ayn Rand. That doesn't count. Astrology? I'm not going to watch the furry stuff. Sorry. That's not my... I am... It's a lot of furry stuff. I don't have interest. That's fine. We're not going to do that. All right. So, I got a new one. Yeah, well, here's hoping he keeps down these roads. That'd be great. Anyone ready to hopefully not be disappointed in Jacob Geller? Let's take a moment and talk about Jacob Geller and how much we like him. He's pretty good. He's pretty good. I've liked a lot of his videos. I've liked a lot of his videos, actually. I've liked a lot of his videos. I think he used to do very good stuff. I think he still has done very good stuff. Some of these videos are like I've watched maybe 5 or 10 times. Three specific kinds of terror is excellent. I think he has very good taste in video games. I watch his video game stuff. I liked this because I really did understand Hotline Miami 2, and I really love watching people fuck with it. I've enjoyed his videos.
Gary Varvel had been working as a political cartoonist for over 25 years before he drew his most iconic piece of art. Varvel, who describes himself as a Christian, conservative, cartoonist, and speaker, in that order, spent the majority of his career drawing cartoons for the Indianapolis Star.
One sec.
He lampooned U.S. political figures, ideological positions, and cultural moments. He published books, won awards, made a lot of jokes about who we should or shouldn't bomb. But it was only after he retired from the paper and went independent that Varvel created what very well might be his legacy. Sitting at the kitchen table, a woman reads an alarming news story from her phone. A man standing in the foreground turns a calendar page with horror. It is not the month he expected to see. Instead, it is January 1984. This comic by Gary Varvel is one of
Gary Varvel is one of those wonderful, wonderful comics that if you don't subscribe to The Onion, you should. The Onion cartoonist who does his stuff models a lot of his shit on Varvel's like nonsense and garbage. It's great. It's fucking great, and I highly recommend it. But Varvel's fantastic in that awful way.
the very few political cartoons to transcend into internet culture memedom. Perhaps it's the broad applicability of the comic that made it so appealing, with its nearly infinite potential to make different jokes in place of its original caption. Or perhaps its staying power is because of the thuddingly obvious original art, an on-the-nose invocation of George Orwell's 1949 book, 1984. Here's a question for you. Can you tell me what the original caption said?
I did watch the first 5 minutes of this video, so I'm not going to cheat.
No, not the cyberpunk variant, and not the broken calendars variant, and not the one where it's about truckers not being allowed to masturbate at the Salina 52 truck stop. What was the original text that this woman was saying? I'll tell you. In January 2021...
Gangaros, I know who Ben Garrison is. I know a lot about Ben Garrison. Ben Garrison gets memed on a lot more because Ben Garrison is terrible and has to label everything. And that's why the best meme of him still is where people just take any of his comics and they turn all the words into the word come. Just the worst. Because he labels everything because his art is so shit that he doesn't do symbolism. He's horrifying. Yeah, 1 second. Let me pull a couple up. Goddamn, Ben Garrison is fucking trip. Yeah, that'll do. This is actually Ben Garrison shit. It's lower res, but it's this is he's a nightmare. The dude sucks. He's fucking out of his mind kind of constantly. And what he does and how he does it is always just utter trash. You recognize the style. Let me find another one that God, he's just the worst. Yeah, this will do. There. You've seen this guy. This is the Bernie Buzz. I love Bernie. He's got to put names on everything and words on everything and symbols and everything because he's just boop, 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 boop. Oh shit. But this is why he gets memed on, because Ben Garrison is the best slop. I love it. I love it. It's great. Ben Garrison is magic. All of them. I could watch. I literally, like, this is, if you want slop I enjoy, I could just, all the Ben Garrisons that have been turned into this is just the best thing. It never gets old. I don't care. It's because he's just a hack, and everything he writes is hacky. He's a hacky shit. We'll do one more and then we'll get back to Jacob Geller. Oh shit. Because everything's labeled like this. He's such a fucking hack. Oh, Ben Garrison sucks so hard. Oh, he's the worst. He's the worst.
Gary Varvel's original comic read, "Twitter banned Trump's account and Google suspended Parler. What's going on?" Since 2021 was roughly 30 years ago, I'll refresh your memory. During President Trump's first term, many high-profile social media platforms seemed to wrestle with the question of if they should ban him from posting. On one hand, he frequently posted extremely high-visibility misinformation, racism, and thinly veiled incitements to violence. On the other hand, he was the President of the United States. The Parler referenced in the cartoon was one of a handful of right-wing alternative social medias that sprung up around this time, which promised to host conservatives without the perceived censorship running rampant on more mainstream platforms. Finally, the day came that most social medias and web hosts, including Google, decided to boot Trump and affiliates off the platform. This is what the cartoon is referencing. Here's an even more difficult question for you. What was Varvel's political cartoon immediately before this 1984?
Yeah, if you ever want to look at Ben Garrison stuff, this is not intentional, but this is one of the reasons that Cum became a thing. Cumtown had one of the best fucking, like, ongoing things on political cartoons. If you ever get a chance to see it, it's fucking amazing. It's amazing. And Ben Garrison's part of it.
For one. It was this. Old George Washington on the dollar bill, crying, hand over face. Why might this be the comic? Oh, because this is his comic about January 6th. Indeed, just 3 days before Varvel declared that we were falling into an Orwellian dystopic state, thousands of supporters of the sitting president stormed the country's Capitol building in an attempt to overturn the results of a democratic election at the behest of said president.
Yep.
The failed coup was, in fact, largely planned on Parler. And then we entered 1984 because Trump got kicked off Twitter. I've been thinking about Varvel's comic a lot recently, and not just because I recently saw one that's about the announcement of the steam machine. February 1804? No, I think the cartoon is emblematic of the use of George Orwell's 1984 as a kind of legitimacy booster for whatever thing a person is arguing for. Orwell scholar John Rodden said the writer fills a hole for anyone who wants to establish any kind of intellectual pedigree. Other than the Bible, I struggle to think of a book that has been used as such an all-purpose cudgel for different ideologies, the ideologue always certain that whatever position they're up against is truly Orwellian. And this has been true for virtually the whole of the book's existence. As soon as it was published, nearly all sides of the political spectrum grabbed hold of 1984 in support of the thing they had already been saying.
See, and this is interesting to me, and this is, it's like there's a few more seconds that went before I went, I'm going to be watching this on stream because I'm probably not going to like this video. I mean, I'm fairly certain I'm not going to like this video. I hate that I'm able to do that at this point and that I've decided. We'll find out if I'm right. If I'm wrong, I apologize in advance to everyone. But Specifically, let's talk about this dude who wrote about Orwell, because this is actually a really great book.
Orwellian. And this fills a hole arguing for. Orwell scholar John Rodden said the writer fills a hole for anyone who wants to establish any kind of intellectual pedigree. Other than the Bible, I struggle to think of a book that has been used as such an all-purpose cudgel for different ideologies.
That thing is what, like, Rodden's entire work, and he's got a couple books on it that are really good. I recommend, I think 2. I don't know if he's written more. He's probably written more. They're probably very good. I can't remember. But I really like Orwell. I'll also state this up front. I really like Orwell. I do not give a fuck about a lot of things that people hate him for and are upset with him for on the left. Turning on people, all those things. We can have a long discussion. I don't really give a shit. But the thing Rodden is talking about that is sort of being done here and then sort of turns against itself quickly in like literally the next 30 seconds is that Rodden says that Orwell has basically become the meaning that is instantiated through all of the institutions that have cited him rather than Orwell as biological historical figure, right? That thing that's there is about, for Rodden, recovering a semi-stable referent in terms of that. But what ends up happening every time people talk about Orwell and this conversation, and I maybe it's just the vibe that I get from like the next 30 seconds, but the reduction of this, of Orwell to this thing that, hey, the things of the literature that have been decoded, that have been used, that people have attached to, children who've read it, adults who've read it, people who've read it, they've pulled out a whole bunch of things. You'll see he's going to mention a handful that he's like, oh, we need to put them in their rightful place. I need to understand if people are like not in the space of death of the author or if they are, because it seems like we live in a weird time where everyone is very much still in the place of the author determines the meaning and what's important. And if you're going to talk about 1984, you can't really talk about Orwell, not really, like fundamentally. You need to talk about what it has meant as it has come about, where it has been used, how it's been used, what Orwell was working with as he was doing it. You can talk about all of these things, but to like talk about as if there is a truth underneath it that we need to get at is frustrating for me as a conversation. But this is very similar to the conversation I keep seeing when it comes to the Attack on Titan convo we were having with like FD and FD Signifier and his stupid shit, and a conversation I had with Sunday. At what point is the work and not, oh, look, the author said this or did this, therefore the work X? Like, right? Does this not make sense to you guys? Right? Like, he talks about it. This is the cudgel function or the meme function of 1984. These things that it exists as, these operate independently from any book. They can be studied themselves and have been. There's actually really good works on it. Those can operate independently of the book. The structural observation of those operating independently of the book does not mean that there is an understanding of the book or even the book taking place. I would argue the Bible is similar to this, actually. Like, it's, well, what did he really mean by it? Who gives a, like, this is the conversation. And it's, I find it,
Ideologue always certain that whatever position they're up against is truly Orwellian.
Try Kafkaesque and you'll want to punch people. No one uses Kafkaesque properly.
And this has been true for virtually the whole of the book's existence. As soon as it was published, nearly all sides of the political spectrum grabbed hold of 1984 in support of the thing they had already been saying. Why is this the case? Is it truly universally applicable? Is the book so vague in its positioning that it can apply to everyone? Or is its legacy one of consistent, aggressive misinterpretation? Is there a right way of reading 1984?
this is where I went, oh, this is going to be a thing. I don't know how anyone, like, the reason people think 1984 agrees with them is because people are stupid and read books about whether or not they agree with them. 1984 doesn't agree with anyone. It's a story of people in a world that's science fiction, basically. So does Star Wars agree with them? Books don't agree with people. Like, this is the thing.
1984 was the 9th and final book published by George Orwell. 1984 tells the story of Winston Smith, a man living in Airstrip 1, formerly Great Britain, under a totalitarian government. And let's actually stop right there. I want you to do a little brainstorm and think to yourself, what are the things that come to mind when 1984 is evoked? What are its most indelible concepts? Because although the book is 300 some pages long.
Apple advertising. The greatest advertisement Apple ever made. That's what 1984 makes me think of first.
I think you can fit most of its popular conception into a few bullet points.
Apple products are good and help us be freed of the great mind that's a nerd on the screen that's basically Bill Gates, the computer nerd. Did you not know the ad? That's what the book's about. The book clearly agrees with me.
Here's my list. Big Brother and the Thought Police, Newspeak, the Ministry of Truth, Doublethink, and 2 + 2 = 5. And to be honest, maintaining 4 bullet points of general awareness 77 years after publication is way better than most books could hope for. Giving 4 major bullet points is, in fact, better than I could do for most of the books I read in the past year. But these points, separated from their text, are...
Because it's basically a children's story. We can do the same thing with Animal Farm. Orwell was in a very unique position when it comes to, like, what leftism meant at the time, how it functioned, where it functioned, and all of that, because it wasn't a fun thing to be. Like, it really wasn't, especially during this era.
Easily molded into any political narrative or attack. When Varvel summons 1984 to decry the banning of the United States president from Twitter, he is positioning Twitter as some sort of thought police. When Elon Musk invokes Orwell, as he has done dozens of times...
I don't think that's what he did at all. I think that's giving way specific credit to these fucking useless people. Reactionaries utilize 1984 because it is just the fucking thing that says... stop, I'm being repressed. That's it. The Monty Python moment. That's it. It's just an emotional thing. It's not that there's thought police. It's that at large there is a thought police. Not that Twitter is the thought police.
When Elon Musk invokes Orwell, as he has done dozens of times, it is usually some reference to a Ministry of Truth-like obvious lie from the government. Musk has referenced and invented Orwell's law, or Orwell's rule, he isn't particularly consistent, that any government agency or legislation will most likely do the opposite of its name. Critics of Musk could then reference 1984 again, accusing him of doublethink, given that he believed any government institution would do the opposite of its name, while simultaneously running a government institution called the Department of Government Efficiency. 1984 sales spiked in the early Trump years as the populace was presented with terms like fake news and alternative facts. They also spiked years earlier.
I mean, this is... Okay, here's how art works. And I don't... like, this feels weird as a thing to have to describe. So, when you make stuff, right? Some things make it into the cultural memory of people at large. And it will always be a degraded version of things, because by nature, communication is a degraded version of the intensities that produce them. The book that was created by our friend Orwell was necessarily a reduced version of the intensities that he was able to put into it via the medium of communication that is books and the creative process. That he was able to get these things across to people at all is a minor miracle. To do it at the scale he did is extraordinary. But the cultural objects fundamentally that always survive are always reduced to the portions of that object that can detach from direct, specific context, that can operate as standalone or universalized images. It's the nature of memetics. That's the way that things always work. So when you have these 4 bullet points, or, you know, I could even bring up more, there's so many different moments of 1984 that people talk about, the surveillance state capacity of things, like all of that shit. These are things that have that property. They're things that are universalized, detachable, and then reassigned and reattached in a symbolic way. The thing that's missing from this is the demand that is, hey, you're just not reading it right, or you don't understand the memetics of that thing. The class structure of Oceania that's part of that. The book within a book, the Goldstein book within the book itself, right? The appendix that's written in the past tense. We can have this conversation and talk about all these great little things that sort of point to larger elements, but it doesn't need to be degraded. It fundamentally has to be degraded. That is the nature of communication, because I share intensities with you. It has to be turned into language in some capacity that can transfer between me and you. You can't have 100%. That doesn't work. It's fundamentally broken. It's fundamentally broken to say that these things can be equalized. The thing is, cultural reduction actively excludes any of these complexities because they are fundamentally complexities. Why would it be degraded if there's no correct interpretation of it anyway? Wouldn't it just be different? Yes. But there are things that are able to be somewhat universalized in a greater way. That's the point. The universalized thing that's able to be adjusted across all of it, that becomes the meme that more people are able to understand than others, so the meme goes viral. That's the reason it works. This is why fascism is so incredibly good at what it does, because it fits whatever it needs to. And the language, and you'll watch Fox News and go, what are they talking about? That's not true. But everyone who's watching and who's taking it is taking that representation, just stretching it out right over their brain. And it fits exactly what they need it to. And they go, yeah, that feels warm and comfortable. And fascism functions this way. This is the thing at the baseline of how language pushes us in this direction. So when we have the meme of, I don't know, pick one, like any of the ones that have gone super viral, the fucking troll face from like 20 years ago, 15 years ago, whatever, all the way to now, there's a universalized semiotic structure that is detached and able to be reattached to anything it needs contingently and then move on. That's the nature of memetics. This is like very normal. It's very normal stuff. Then again, the question is this 1984 then being taken out? No, it's not. It's not. 1984 is still an entire work itself. Different things, different conversations.
When Americans learned of the true scale of NSA surveillance, Bernie Sanders called the government spying Orwellian.
That most Americans do not want to live in an Orwellian society where virtually everything that we do is recorded.
Years before that, as the US and Europe entered a manufactured war with Iraq, 1984...
Bernie was actually using it correctly there, by the way.
This
is going to be where I find frustration here, I think, is the equations of these things. David, very kind of you, and thank you very much for the $10. For no particular reason, the best reason of all.
Again took the limelight. Michael Moore's 2004 documentary Fahrenheit 9/11 ends not with a quote from the book that inspired its title, but instead a quote from 1984. On Radiohead's Hail to the Thief, released in 2003, Tom York howls that 2 + 2 always equals 5. And we could keep going back like this. 1984 was, of course, referenced ad nauseum during the Cold War. It was illegal to own in the Soviet bloc, but it circulated widely underground anyway. In 1983, neoconservative war hawk Norman Podhoretz argued that if Orwell saw the success of capitalism and the evils of pacifism, he would join the neocons in opposing nuclear disarmament and attacking the left. In 1950, only 1 year after 1984's release, the writer Mary McCarthy coined the term Orwellian while commenting on fashion magazines. As an instrument of mass snobbery, this remarkable magazine, dedicated simply to the personal cult of its editress, to the fetishism of the flower, outdistances all its competitors in the audacity of its conception. It is a leap into the Orwellian future, a magazine without contest or a point of view beyond its proclamation of itself. A 2023 study by Imogen Burke.
Klebba says, in a Nietzschean way, language is the technology of the herd. It's necessarily reduction of single. I mean, yes. I mean, I could say it's Nietzschean, it's Deleuzian, it's Klausian, it's Yomslevian, it's Guattarian, it's Foucauldian, it's Butlerian. The fundamental way that language functions is reduction. It's what it does. This is not a bad thing. It's just a thing to be aware of. But like this, these are a lot of examples of the cultural impact, the astonishing cultural impact of this book. So $10 because yellow matches the shirt. Well, I'm glad I need to wear purple from now on. Jonathan Kirk says, don't know if this is apropos, but, quote, if communism is a cart horse and capitalism a racehorse, fascism is a combine harvester, which is not a horse at all. It's good shit.
Found that virtually all
yes, I could say it's Wittgensteinian. I could say it's Kantian. Like this is one of those things like the nature of words. This is Platonic and Heraclitean. Like I would need to find a thinker who's like, no, words actually are completely the thoughts we want them to be. Art just communicates perfectly the thing that the person's wanting to get across. It's a one-to-one. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Parties in British Parliament referenced 1984 or referred to things as Orwellian. Labour the most, as they were the opposition party during the research's time frame, but also the Conservatives, the Liberal Democrats, SNP. This was in reference to technology and privacy, freedom of speech, propagandistic naming conventions, the actions of other government.
Tiring.
Ben Bradshaw, Exeter's MP, said that not being able to store one's bike on a carriage with a...
Let's let them talk for a minute, because this is just a lot of examples of how 1984 has cultural impact.
Is spread so widely it's hard to even grasp its influence. There's the Ridley Scott-directed Apple ad for the Macintosh computer.
Told you.
Secure from the pest.
This was the point of the book, to sell Apple computers.
Obeying contradictory rules. One cause. Death. And we will bury them with their own confusion. We shall prevail.
Smash the nerd with big old flop tits. That's what the message is of Apple, right?
Will introduce Macintosh, and you'll see why 1984 won't be like 1984.
Then there are the parodies of the already almost self-parodying ad.
You liked the ad, right? The commercial, 1984, you liked it.
We showed a lot of happy people drinking Pepsi. We didn't say the world was going to end if you bought a Dr. Pepper.
The Simpsons did it twice. Futurama, an unofficial ad for Obama's 2008 presidential campaign. Valve did it to announce that Half-Life 2...
I think it's... I know it's pedantic, but none of these people are commenting on 1984. These are all people who are doing parodies of a Macintosh advertisement that was incredibly famous and stupid over the top. So I would not say this like the last 40 seconds of this video didn't need to be in here. This is not about 1984 at all.
Would be available on Mac. Fortnite did it to rally support in their lawsuit against, ironically, Apple. It's hard to remember, but at one time, the concept of capturing...
I would bet money that at least one of those last few ads didn't even care, or there were people who worked on it who weren't aware it was a 1984 commentary and just are aware of the Apple ad. I know people who are like that did not know. Like, it's...
one's whole life.
It's not like there's a scene in 1984 where it's like, oh, we were all sitting there with white dust on our faces and a woman with flop tits ran in Speedo shorts. Like, that's not a scene from, it's referencing 1984 as a concept. There's no moment that didn't happen in the book. The ad is not about 1984. It's referencing the archetypes of 1984.
On film was enough of a pitch to be an entire reality show. Big Brother debuted in 1999 in the Netherlands, 2000 in the US and UK, and the entire hook was built around the ability to surveil contestants for every waking and sleeping moment of their lives. In 2001, the show settled a copyright lawsuit with the Orwell estate. It is a strange feeling, then, in the wake of all its references, to return to the actual text of 1984. A book that does contain its most cited themes, but is so much greater than a bulleted list, so much more specific than its citations give it credit for. The first thing that happens in the book is Winston Smith, a middle-class man living under the regime of Big Brother, takes out a diary and begins to write. April 4th, 1984. Last night to the flicks. All war films, one very good one of a ship full of refugees being bombed somewhere in the Mediterranean. There was a middle-aged woman, might have been a Jewess, sitting up in the bow with a little boy about 3 years old in her arms. Little boy screaming with fright and hiding his head. The woman putting her arms around him and comforting him, although she was blue with fright herself, all the time covering him up as much as possible, as if she thought her arms could keep the bullets off him. Then the helicopter planted a 20-kilo bomb in among them, terrific flash, and the boat went all to matchwood. Then there was a wonderful shot of a child's arm going up, right up into the air. This is how 1984 begins, with an extended, horrible description of the bombing of refugees being used as entertainment. I was surprised to find the description of how Big Brother fostered a particular hate and distrust of women within Winston. He disliked all women, and especially the young and pretty ones.
I have it's on my playlist now. It might go up in the next watching. I love stuff like that. Jonathan, thank you.
Are the public executions and the endless wars, the abolition of thought and moralizing campaigns against sex, the false confessions from torture, and you see what I'm doing here, right? While rereading the book, I was shocked to find so many things that seemed to speak directly to me, to the things I care about. The book is relentless in its depiction of the crushing of human dignity, the annihilation of art, and the annihilation of hope, and I read...
The sex stuff is fascinating. It's a thing that, like, there's a lot in 1984 that, again, doesn't get mentioned because I don't know how you're going to have 2 Minutes of Hate be parodied. For example, the Anti-Sex League is not as funny because we have that literally right now just as a thing. Yeah. It's yeah. K-Bug, not a fan of how to milk onions from reading that passage. I'm not a fan of how he read that passage at all. But I mean, I think you're right. Turning the Grayscale, I think it's bad. I'll tell you why I think it's tacky. It's tacky because it is disappointing. The thing that is interesting about the opening of the book is not that Winston is upset watching this, right? He's watching someone watching these films and he's writing about that, right? And it's people being shown what others feel and how to feel about that. But there's a formality to how he's writing that's the unease in the writing of it. And the reason Orwell writes about this, but I'm just like, for me, even reading it, there's a formality in how simple it was. This death shit and awful shit and pain and everything. And he's like, oh yeah. And then then this, they did this. It's a very formal writing style that I think a lot of people take and assume, oh, it's because it's an older book. It's very formal. It's meant to be dark humor. It's meant to be dark humor. It's meant to be dark humor as I read it, at least. It may not be, but as I read it, it's definitely that.
And I thought, good God, Orwell has been on my side all along. And then we're back to the title of this video. Why does everyone think 1984 agrees with them? In many ways, I do feel a kinship with Orwell because I believe his politics could best be described as annoyed leftist. If you've heard any history of why...
I would not call him a leftist. I think he actually went out of his way to show that he doesn't believe in that as a fundamental thing. This is going to be I go be upset about this.
Why Orwell wrote the books that he did, it probably goes like this. Inspired to fight fascism in 1936 Spain, George Orwell joined the POUM, or the Workers' Party of Marxist Unification. During his time in Spain, however, he witnessed the various anti-fascist factions fall into infighting as pro-Soviet communists accused him and his allies of being Trotskyists. Returning from the front lines, many of Orwell's battalion were arrested and some likely killed by Soviet agents.
Absolutely killed, by the way, by Soviet agents. The Soviets were fucking nuts.
He eventually fled the country with a new distrust of communism and a skepticism towards state control.
That is not correct. That's not correct. Okay. On the off chance that he corrects this, I'm going to state the thing and we'll see if he gets back to it. Orwell did not become skeptical of communism. He became skeptical of enacted communism, specifically Russia, specifically the USSR. Here's the problem, leftists, and by the way, this is one I'm very sensitive to because a handful of my favorite thinkers around this time are people who would not stand with either Russia or America, USSR and Soviets, or the capitalist side. And they lived in a no man's land. These people are my heroes, almost all of them. Every time I read about another one of these people or I find out someone else is like, fuck, I knew they'd be in that. From Whitfogel to Orwell, to others and others and others. And a lot of thinkers in this space, especially this time, had this problem. The Soviets were a bunch of dickheads. If you didn't know, they did a bunch of really fucked up stuff. Okay? They did a bunch of fucked up stuff. Also, America and the capitalists doing a bunch of fucked up stuff. So let's say you're someone who is excited about the emancipation of man, you're fighting for leftist communist causes, and then lo and behold, you start to see, oh my God, tanks are rolling in. These people don't, what the fuck? What do these people not have a say? They don't have a say. Oh, well, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem. Big problem. So what are you going to do? Well, you renounce things. Whitfogel, for example, renounced the idea of communism as acted. He claimed himself the only Marxist. There was a whole bunch of stuff he wrote about. I really, really like Whitfogel's writing, and I like his emancipatory stuff. Specifically, and this is where you get people very angry, Orwell, who came away, was incredibly disillusioned by any of this. Anyone who was for any type of state, he found objectionable. He finds objectionable, period. So he ended up becoming more of a moderate, but people talk about it. Oh, he's a socialist now. He's a democratic socialist. Oh, he turned on his comrades. Comrades, kind of a messy thing with all of this. It's going to be tough. Going to be tough for you to sort of figure out because he knew them. And by the way, they kind of weren't doing great things either. And what does he do? How do you interact and live in this space? Well, what he did is he decided there's this incredibly complex, I would say, I'll say it simply. The thing he was experiencing was complex and really unspoken. Prior to this, the idea of not backing a state or backing a people had become an ideological play, especially post-World War II, where everything was about the ideology of communism versus capitalism, free market versus state control. And the Marxists all took the side of the Soviets, which is fucked up and wrong. It's wrong. So he went, I'm going to take this complexity and I'm going to rethink it, and I'm going to write books explaining it and what I find objectionable. It is not, 1984 is not a book about right or left. It's about authoritarian totalitarianism, specifically. Did somebody say Totalitarianism is a wonderful book by a big furry guy who used to actually be a philosopher that might actually make this point better than me? That thing is a big deal. Bob says, progress and change isn't built on great things. Taking the sides of the Soviets was never wrong. Oh, to not do so would support the Nazis. Well, I mean, what year are we talking about at this point? And when are we talking about, and how do these things work? These things were more complex. We have a 90-year fucking ass view out of our ass straight backwards to be able to judge things. Living there, how do you make this commentary? How do you make these statements? And he did. And I think Animal Farm is phenomenal for this. I still do. Big furry guy would be Zizek. Did somebody say totalitarianism? Wonderful book. Oh no, Orwell had bad positions. I don't give a shit about, like, again, these people do great works. They're still people. They're still multifaceted. There's still shit everywhere. Like, let them be whatever they are. But there's a lot of stuff going on there. Life stops being complex when 600 villages are burned down and you're fighting in Stalingrad. If that's the case, other people were not there.
No matter how beneficially it was pitched. This truncated version of events in Orwell's life.
So it's not that he was against communism. That's my point. Saying it that simply is oversimplifying.
Life is not inaccurate, but it is incomplete. A fascinating aspect of Orwell's experience in the Civil War is his general ideological naivete while entering the conflict. He did not join the Workers' Party of Marxist Unification out of any deep connection to their cause. He joined because his initial plans to join under the pro-Soviet British Communist Party had simply gone awry. His alignment with the POUM was one of chance and convenience. I point this out not to diminish Orwell's experience during the war, but to highlight a broader trend in his ideology, that his deeply held moral convictions felt strongly enough that he would volunteer for a civil war in another country, were often matched by a disinterest in the nitty-gritty politicking of individual parties. Another element,
I'm going to be disagreeable on this because I think this is flattening things a little weirdly. The way that Orwell ended up where he was, it isn't like, again, to say, oh, he didn't join the fucking ILP because of this, or the POUM because of this. It was this odd interaction. And then that just kind of places it in a realm of contingency that is actually missing a large way that the leftist formations and right, by the way, at the same time, the party support and how it fundamentally worked. He got turned away because he refused to pledge. And this is early on. This is prior to any controversy. And this is, to me, the formative thing. He got turned away from the CPGB, right? And he got turned away because he refused unconditional support. That was the phrasing that was given to him. You have to pledge unconditional party support to the party or you are not part of it. And he refused that. Then he went the other route that is being talked about here because there was institutional partnerships and a little bit less purity testing around the entire thing. It was not like chance and convenience. It was that he was refusing certainty around statements. If you're framing it like this, like, again, if you frame it how I'm talking about, which is, again, how the biographers and people who've written about him, and I think Orwell himself, like, they've talked about how he isn't big on the whole, like, God and country or party before me. Like, for him, it was, hey, so what do you stand for? Okay, I dig most of those things. And he would talk about it. And he'd be like, okay, you know, I'm down. I like these ideas. I'm fucking out of focus again. Sorry. I'm getting a little frustrated. I'm not staying centered. This is my fault. The challenge is that he wouldn't have absolute loyalty. And so parties that demanded that wouldn't have him. Him switching to an anti-Stalinist standpoint is not him saying, and this is, again, the phrasing Geller's using where he's like, he turned against communism. No, he turned against Stalin and the USSR. He turned against Soviet Russia, very specifically, because they're dicks. They did good things, sure. But you know what? America also won World War II. Like, everyone's got these things where they're like, oh, if you got to support them or you support the Nazis. No, I don't, because the Nazis lost. It's been fucking 90 years. Move on. Let's talk about how these things actually function, not just going back and demanding I pledge allegiance to people who aren't even alive. But at the time, you kind of, had to do that. The structures of the time are the reason that Orwell's story is important. Really important.
Sometimes left out of the story of Orwell's disillusioning experience in Spain was that he was shot in the neck by fascists.
Orwell is no way special. I'm not saying Orwell's special in that. That's my point. But like, Orwell is held up. Okay. How are you going to include in our analysis, Orwell? Dude, fuck Russia. Fuck Soviet Russia. So, like, just so you know, like, I don't give a shit. His class position? What class position? The class of Soviet Russia? The class of Soviet Russia? You know who did really well there? The poor. Because they made a lot more of them. Yeah. The class position in America, class position in the UK? Sure. Let's have that conversation. Let's have that combo. How did he do? Well, he did a great deal of work and actually, and challenging in a lot of ways because he had weird views, but it was, again, 50s. So, time and all. But Jesus Christ, class traitor because he turned on the Soviets. Soviets murdered people. So did America. If someone turned on who's the class? Yeah. Stalin may have killed millions, but I've considered Orwell once shit an elephant.
If you were looking for his major takeaway from the war, you could read his essay, Why I Write, in which he says, every line of serious work that I have written since 1936, the year he went to Spain, has been directly or indirectly against totalitarianism and for democratic socialism. Yes. Orwell was a socialist for basically all of his adult life, and you can see this in his writing. His decrying of income inequality, for instance. England is the most...
He turned on the British left, literally compiled lists of leftists and homosexuals within Britain for British intelligence. The homosexuals thing, we can talk about. It sucks. But again, the position people are in, the things that they're doing, what they're doing, how do these things work? And again, against what? And let's just say that the left wasn't exactly kind to him and the people around him. There's some horrifying stories. Class is not as simple as that. Again, it's one of the reasons I kind of refuse the idea that that it's an even thing to consider.
Class-ridden country under the sun. It is a land of snobbery and privilege ruled largely by the old...
Wait, I'm mostly not commenting because I want to see Jacob's take. I'm assuming he's going to have to talk about the turning on the British left. I want to be able to talk about it then, not now.
And silly, or you could read his litany of charges against capitalism.
Why are we totalizing him here? I'm trying not to. I don't think I am.
Here's one of my favorites. Private capitalism, that is an economic system in which land, factories, mines, and transport are owned privately and operated solely for profit, does not work. It cannot deliver the goods. This fact had been known to millions of people for years past, but nothing ever came of it because there was no real urge from below to alter the system, and
there is no left, Bob. Sorry to tell you.
Those at the top had trained themselves to be impenetrably stupid.
What do I mean by class time? We'll go back and re-listen to this because this is like Lion and the Unicorn is one of his best pieces. And you should read it. If you're not reading it, I'm going to make you listen to Jacob Geller read it to you. What do you mean by class not being something you think is super worth considering? Class exists as something that we are taught and told where we're at. It is not fundamentally how we understand ourselves, and it has not been for a very, very long time. Certainly since the 1950s, and possibly beyond that. The idea of the classes, and there are knock-on effects. People are in the various positions they're in. I'm not saying that there aren't social positions people are in, but to talk about class is to talk about a categorization that only exists after we've told people what classes exist. This means that people can be mistaken, misunderstood, not understand, not be aware, or be totally wrong and lie about the class that they're in. As such, what class am I in? You can't tell me. You can't. No one here will be able to say what class I'm in. No one will guess it because it doesn't work. Means of production. No one in America has a relationship with the means of production in a meaningful way. Do you work for or against capital? That's my point. Thanks, Bob. That's wonderful. There is no one working against capital. It's just like, that's not a thing. And again, if you are, it is an abstracted breakdown in how you are working that you have to justify left, right, and center. You don't just exist as a class. That's not how we come into this world. It's not how we leave it. So as such, the class position, which is something that we learn after the fact, is kind of a more of a social investment than an investment immediate. That immediate investment in our experience, what we experience at every moment, actually has a position, but it's not defined. It's experienced. We're told it's here. Marrying these things, that's the trouble. That's the trouble. That's the trouble. Elon Musk has a significant relationship with means of production. Yeah. Great. I'm glad you can name Elon Musk as being a different class than the workers. That doesn't matter then. So then by that definition, there really are only 700 or 800 bourgeois in the world. Everyone else is a proletariat. Weird that no one's doing anything about it. Come on, play.
Private capitalism, that is an economic system in which land, factories, mines, and transport are owned privately and operated solely for profit, does not work. It cannot deliver the goods. This fact had been known to millions of people for years past, but nothing ever came of it because there was no real urge from below to alter the system, and those at the top had trained themselves to be impenetrably stupid on just this point. And yet, it is because...
You need to read Lion and the Unicorn. It is a masterpiece in the frustration I think that people feel right now. I really think it's worth everyone reading so you can understand. I find myself in it. You want to know my political positions? Read that. That's the trouble we run into ourselves at.
Because of his deeply held leftist beliefs that he felt so outraged over...
I really hate he's going to keep saying leftist. This is going to be a thing. He's going to be saying it. This is going to be frustrating. Because let's go back to the two ways we talk about things. The class. We can say leftist, rightist, great, reactionary, revolutionary, whatever. Those things, your position socially is socially determined. You write yourself against others. If you're in, for example, as Bob was saying, the working class versus the bourgeois, the petit bourgeois, or whatever. People who have a direct relationship with the means of production own it, versus those who rent it or are leased it for a short time or whatever. That relationship with the means of production determines. But wait, that means that when you wake up in the morning every day, you don't really have a class. You have to go find out what your class is by living and doing things. And actually gets really complex. For example, I own my computer. I pay for my internet connection. YouTube runs YouTube and Google owns that. But where is the means of production in streaming? How does that work? It's really tough to have that conversation. How about the Uber driver? Do they own the means of production? They own their car. They don't own the app. But wait, is the app it? No, extraction? Is extraction the relationship? Well, if that's the case, then actually the people who are, working for $2 an hour or whatever in some sweatshop are actually being less exploited by that definition than the engineer working for Elon Musk building robots, because whatever he does and designs is going to be exploited 10 billion times the scale of that one worker. So they're hyper exploited. So the poor, foreign minority worker who's in a sweatshop, they aren't nearly as exploited as the white engineer working for Elon Musk, right? Well, that kind of makes it a weird relationship. Fuck. That'd be a weird thing to base all my shit on. But that's how we figure it out. But there's a different way to consider it that comes first, and it's the impulsive reaction to everything. There's two ways that we exist. Either we reify and we manage and maintain the world, or we are seeking to overturn whatever's happening, to go beyond, to exceed. The maintenance versus the exceeding. Revolutionary, reactionary impulses. These actually define primarily how we interact politically. It's why you interact with people who, weirdly enough, are right-wing Christians, but want to see the world burn everything down, because they really don't. Their position in the world doesn't really set that up. This ain't sophistry, Bob. Sorry, this is actual political thought of the last 50 to 75 years. It's not sophistry. The challenge becomes that those people who 100% on January 6th were looking to overturn the Capitol, their revolutionary energy was being used and was taking part way more than any fucking leftist shit. You want to watch that fucking thing again? Go watch these people bash down the Capitol to overturn it for their God King. That revolutionary fervor in service of maintenance. It's in service of maintenance, but it's revolutionary. Well, what about the people who are doing really weird shit and dancing in fucking frog costumes at ICE? Well, they don't really have a point, but it is enough to break the conversation. So it's revolutionary. It doesn't really have a purpose. It's just looking to exceed whatever's happening right now and can't maintain that. Where do we sit? How do we have real political discussions now on how to change things? And if your answer is, we just need to get the classes aligned, you're way fucking out of that shit. You are way never going to have anything that happens, because at no point is your definition going to match anyone else's definition, going to match anyone else's definition of class. And if you want to understand that, talk to someone who's from one of the lower castes, the untouchables, who maybe came to America hoping to get away from it, finding themselves marginalized here because you can't get away from it, despite us having laws against such a thing, because it doesn't matter. People do what they do and they react how they react. This is the challenge of our time. The left-right shit, there's no such thing as the left. The left is a counter movement. That's it. Counterculture. That is what the left has always been. It's counter maintenance, counterculture. But it means we're just against shit. Trust me, you and I probably agree on very little of how the world should be actually organized. Like how it should exist. What are the things we value? Safe bet we very much don't agree. But somehow we're on the left together? Nope. No, because there's no left. The left is counter. That's how it works. That's all it does. And sometimes you get, what's up? Say something cool for everyone. Don't make weird noises. Say something weird to everyone at home.
Well, that's all I had to say.
Excellent. Thank you. Go, go, go.
Wait, never mind.
Go, go, go.
No, never mind.
Maybe I'm not left, Brooks. I've never said I'm left. I laugh about calling myself a pseudo-leftist. I laugh about being left. I don't do that. I don't. I care about the emancipation of man. People. That's all I fucking care about. That's literally it. To me, there's no such thing as a leftist position. The thing I've seen that has been leftist position in my time has always ended up being a maintenance of a counter movement. That's all that exists. across the board. And it always ends up in the same place because it ends up being co-opted by reactionaries and moved around. And there's a gem of beauty in there. From Black Lives Matter, absolutely gem of beauty in the protests, the way that they went, the anger, the frustration that ended up becoming something that became well, it's about us and not you, came about these few people. That's not how it works. But then we're not on a side? Correct. Correct. You are where you are. I am where I am. So don't say we're leftist. Don't call people leftist because that just means they're counter some semblance. I know people who, for example, I know leftists, counterculture people who hate homeless people. Like think that they're lazy and awful. Also drug addicts. I know people who are leftists who have incredibly right-wing views. Horrifying. That's the way it works. But capitalism is able to handle all of it because we don't live in a monarchy anymore. It's not us versus the crown. It's not us versus the state. The state doesn't matter anymore. Not in the same way. Not in the same way.
For the betrayal by the Soviet communists.
Left, right, as class descriptors are things that we self-describe rather than descriptors of fact. I don't think people actually know where they're at when it comes to their relationship to the means of production. I've had this conversation with a bunch of people, and either they're certain that they understand their relationship to the means of production, and what turns out is that they've never read Marx. But I think every single one of those, like I go, well, wait, there's this passage here, and they go, oh, that I didn't. That's in Das Kapital. It's like, yeah, okay. The people I know who've read through all of this stuff come out in almost, I will say, an identical place to me, and at minimum, an identical confusion, because the underlying thing is it's about a relation to the means of production. Yes. But that means of production has shifted. Our relations have shifted. How those relations are defined have shifted. What defines those, how they're built, how our impulses are turned into them, how we're raised, how we're treated. The idea that we need to obliterate the family, or we should never have kids, or that we all need to be caring about this, that, or the other, and it's the only thing that matters, that anyone can be trans, and trans is the most important thing, or everyone can be straight, or that there's no such thing as sex, or that sex shouldn't be allowed, or like these crazy statements that are totalizing for every single fucking person. All they are doing is they're in maintenance of a pseudo movement that people feel like they're attached to personally. Personally. Can we see a video on the concept and practice of being on the left? I don't know. Are there videos like that, or are you asking me to make one? Because I kind of hate you a little bit because I think you're asking me to make one and now I'm obligated. These aren't leftist ideas, they're projections. Okay. Cool. So go organize without projections. What is politics of going the loop?
He experienced in Spain. When he returned home, he was equally outraged that he was discouraged from writing about said betrayal by his theoretical political allies. His writing was, in large part, motivated by personal animus. Dorian Lynskey writes that Orwell, quote, didn't personally know any fascists, but he knew plenty of communists. He was still angered by their hypocrisy years later. These stories are...
The language, and again, this is a really particular thing. The book, The Ministry of Truth, that he's citing, really good book. I feel like Jacob is flattening it a bit. I feel like this is flattening it a bit. Someone can tell me if I'm overthinking this. But Campbell unit, well, so do I. I'm glad. Organizing without those projections is next to impossible. This is the problem. You have to give people a goal because people don't understand how to move otherwise. doing things that don't have goals, doing things that are actually more emancipatory becomes troublesome. I have a video on why the left is always falling apart, which is literally just me reading Guattari's Groupuscules, because it's the point. We move from two types of groups that are subject groups and groups that are subjugated. And that's why he calls us Groupuscules, the worst name ever. But the idea is we're part of groups. Right now, we don't even think about it, but you're all part of the QC group right now. Some of you are here because you hate me, some of them because you love me, others you don't know who I am. Whatever it is, you're part of this group. This is more like a dispersed group, but it is a real thing that exists. However, at some point, probably not for me, at some point, an audience develops that becomes a subjugated group. They're subjugated to the group. The group gains its own meaning. Lots of streamers have these. Their fans have particular names, setups, organizational structures, adherents, ways they adhere, moralistic clauses, ethical clauses, ways they talk, and you have to obey those things to be part of this group. Now you're in maintenance of the group. You're no longer having the group in service of the people. The people are in service of the group. This change can happen in a moment. And it also can, by the way, be reversed, but it's also happening to all of us all the time in a million different ways in groups we are across the way, all of it. That thing is where we all are. Organizing in that is the challenge. That's the challenge. You need to be able to build something that is a political movement that dies, that is built to die and is built to go away so that way something new can be built. I will not run into a rant on sortition, but there's a reason there.
Are undoubtedly fundamental in understanding Orwell's project in writing 1984. What I have found equally revealing, though, are the tales of his earlier life, of his disdain for, but simultaneous participation in, the British project of empire. Orwell was born in 1903 in the British Raj, the British occupation of India. His father, Richard Blair, sorry, this is confusing. Orwell's birth name was Eric Blair. Later in life, Orwell would adopt a son who was also named Richard Blair. Anyway, Orwell's father, Richard Blair, worked for the Opium Department of the Indian Civil Service, aka the part of the British Empire that regulated opium in India and sold it to China. His father was, in a sense, engaging in a form of government-led thought control. And Orwell, too, maintained the empire. In 1922, he joined the Indian Imperial Police in occupied Burma, where he enforced colonial rule over the local population.
He was a cop. He was a colonial cop. You want to talk about things that I can't even imagine the discourse. People don't even know. This is like they're going after all these people never and it's like he was actually like a colonial cop. He really, really, really hates a lot of people.
His experience in Burma was the source for his first novel, Burmese Days, as well as the deeply self-loathing essays A Hanging and Shooting an Elephant.
Shooting an Elephant is one of the more horrifying things he's written. That's wonderful too. Just, Jesus, it's a lot.
In these essays, he describes...
Yeah, I don't look to more Orwell for moral compass. Hey, just so you know, Michael Jackson wrote Thriller and a handful of the best albums ever made. I don't give a fuck what you think. I don't have to like him. Did you know that? He doesn't have to be a good person. The music's cool. Orwell, I actually do like a lot of the things he wrote, and I think they're incredibly powerful, and I think he was heroic for writing them. I think he's also a piece of shit in a lot of ways. Wow. It's amazing. It's like people are complicated and not just one thing, and that all their work isn't just them. What a weird way to look at the world.
Describes the kind of doublethink that would later define the regime of...
One of my favorite books is called The Poetics of Mein Kampf. And it's a book that literally goes through how Mein Kampf is actually an interesting work to read from that position. So, because if you don't understand how it works or why it preys upon people in certain ways, you don't do that. Why is the red so important in fascist countries? You notice they all have it, by the way. I wonder if there's a semiotic reasoning around red and how that functions for people and what we simulate and what we associate. Oh, is it blood everywhere? It's blood everywhere? Well, that's kind of weird. Like that kind of shit. This is why these things are important. Take it apart.
1984. He says that he hated his job. That
art is not what is not the artist. I go with Klosowski. I put it all together in a way that inverts it so badly that Nietzsche's writing is so Nietzsche that it actually extends beyond anything that we could call Nietzsche. Not joking. It's fucking crazy.
He was all for the Burmese and all against their oppressors, the British. And yet, at the same time, he describes the rage he felt against the colonized Burmese, the evil-spirited little beasts who tried to make my job impossible. Feelings like these are the normal byproducts of imperialism.
This is a weird framing of this. Like, that's a weird framing of this.
Ultimately,
because it's more self-reflective than that gave credit for. This isn't doublethink here. This was not doublethink. That makes it read like doublethink. That's a weird phrasing.
Stories seem to recognize that the only role of the Imperial is to enact violence. In a hanging, he watches the execution of a puny, bound and helpless prisoner, the clumsiness of the act, and the immediate repression of the experience by all involved. In Shooting an Elephant, he begins the story with Enmolme.
It's kind of terrifying people would sequel to the cops. I don't know what that means. What does sequel to the cops mean? Does anyone want to tell me? Is that some new... I don't know what's happening.
In Lower Burma, I was hated by large numbers of people. The only time in my life that I have been important enough for this to happen to me. The title of this story...
Oh, Squeal. I don't know. I don't care. I mean, I care. Did you know that he didn't like hamburgers? I don't know if that's true. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't remember ever saying that, like, the things about him I wanted to emulate his entire life. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I think his writings are incredibly powerful. I think he, specifically for the act of what he did where he stepped away, and I think a lot of powerful people needed to critique Russia and not do it in service of directly saying that capitalism's good, which enough people did. I think is good.
Story is not, or at least not exclusively, metaphorical. He is called from his station.
Burgers are delicious, and you're wrong, Mr. Gogi.
As a policeman to put down a rogue elephant. He doesn't particularly want to. The elephant is simply eating in a nearby field. But the promise of imminent violence attracts a crowd, 2,000 onlookers, who expect one thing and one thing only from him, the delivery of death. Orwell writes that this is the hollowness of the white man's dominion. He wears a mask and his face grows to fit it.
I think this is one of the most extraordinary. I love this.
He does eventually kill the elephant. He pours round after round into it as it dies slowly and painfully. All this not because of the danger of the animal, but because of the fundamental insecurity of himself as a representation of the empire. To come all that way, rifle in hand, with 2,000 people marching at my heels, and then to trail feebly away, having done nothing? No, that was impossible. The crowd would laugh at me. And my whole life, every white man's life in the East, was one long struggle not to be laughed at. Orwell had a knack.
That's a fucking good, goddamn, such a good piece.
For participating in the systems he would...
That is such a good fucking line.
Later incorporate into his view of totalitarianism. He returned to India, in a way, during the Second World War, In 1941, he began working for the BBC, supervising and creating radio programs broadcast specifically to Indian listeners. And although he would eventually claim that he never said anything on air he wouldn't have said as an individual, he was undeniably creating a form of propaganda, sending forth counter-programming to what India might have heard from the Axis. He viewed himself, maybe, as a lesser evil. Quote, "I have kept our propaganda slightly less disgusting than it might otherwise have been." But it's hard to imagine it didn't sting to be accused, as he was by George Woodcock, of returning to his old imperialist.
I feel like you could... The Orwell wrote about this specifically because he responded. There was a guy who... God, I'm trying to remember Linsky's book. There was a guy who shit on him for doing this. That it was like returning to propaganda, and I'm gonna fucking find it. I'm gonna find this. We're gonna have this conversation. Yeah, it's Partisan Review. Was the left-wing rag, as they say, that went after him. It was a Communist Party USA thing. I wonder if they're... No, they don't have a list of all of his pieces. Yeah, that's not fun. I'm gonna find this. I think I found it. I'm not sure though. I think I found it. Maybe. No. Nope. Nope. He wrote a lot apparently for this. Sorry, it's going to be a moment. So it was 1942 that he did it. Fuck, I'm not going to be able to find it. Maybe someone could find it posted in stream notes. That'd be great. Ping me. That'd be lovely. I would appreciate the shit out of that. Oh, someone did already do that. Ah, good.
Allegiances.
Find me that link.
Maybe it was this experience, as much as with the communists in Spain, that convinced Orwell that the truth could be endlessly manipulated by motivated propagandists, broadcasting an eminently malleable version of the truth over the airwaves. Linsky even...
What's up, Daxie? What's this?
Can you do parental controls?
You want me to turn parental controls off so you can play some more?
Yep.
Okay.
Mom gave me extra time because he did bath.
You did a bath?
Yeah.
Good job. How's your hair? No, your hair's good.
I soaked my hair.
Good, because you got the birthday party tomorrow. Don't you?
Yeah,
Did you get a present?
I did.
What'd you get him?
Gift cards. One $20 and one $10.
Okay. Cool.
What's that?
That is Steam. It's open on my monitor. Go read. Go play. Go play. Go play. This kid sees shit. It's like, what's that? It looks like a video. It is. I left Steam open in like the top right corner behind Windows. Like it's like up in like this. He happens to be able to see it. Of course he does. Good. $20 gift card. That's a gift for his new best friend. To be that young again.
Identifies a time that Orwell mused he could re-edit speeches by Winston Churchill, creating a false recording of the Prime Minister declaring peace instead of war. When I look at Orwell, his history, his path that brought him to writing 1984, I see his overwhelming fear that the world was becoming something.
Psychologizing is very, very, very complicated.
He writes of the contradictions between his experiences and the reported word. It often gives me the feeling that the very concept of objective truth is fading out of the world. In the past, people deliberately lied, or they unconsciously colored what they wrote, or they struggled after the truth, well knowing that they must make many mistakes. But in each case, they believed that the facts existed and were more or less discoverable. And yet, his sense of what the world had been and what the world would become was locked, somewhat absurdly, to his own lifetime. Is it reasonable, in the world of his adulthood, to fear that the truth would be forever hidden behind ruling parties and propaganda? Of course. But is it reasonable to assume that the world he was born into, a world where his father sold opium for the empire, where the same empire gave him the power of life and death over an occupied population, was any better at identifying the objective facts of history? I think one of the irresistible things about dystopias, of which 1984 is one of the greatest, is the sense of seeing the road in our everyday that will eventually lead us into the nightmare. But our sense of what the everyday is, what constitutes normalcy, what form our pre-dystopic notions of the world, is unshakably relative. Whatever we were born into forms our picture of what the world should be like, ought to be like. Our perspective on the dissolution of truth, of honor and fairness, inevitably begins there. For Orwell to write that the very concept of objective truth is fading out of the world makes him feel, in 2026, like a time traveler. How could he so foresee what would befall us? But in fact, the lesson should be the opposite. His observations not prophetic, but reflective of a perpetual feeling. And this feeling of the world gradually falling farther and farther from what it should be is not exclusive to democratic socialists. It is a politically agnostic impulse, if not, I dare say, an outright conservative one. You don't have to look very far at all to recognize how much of the conservative appeal is built on the promise that the world can be put back like you remember it as a child, to return to a more simple, more agreeable era, free of any socio-political conflict more complex than when mom makes you go to bed. An era that, in reality, has never existed, except in the mind of an infant. In truth,
there is a reactionary component to the structure of pessimism in this way. Pessimism is necessarily reactive because it is looking at the now and wishing for the then, or it's again about the maintenance of the same. A return to the same is just maintenance of the same. This is why, again, when we talk about left versus right, when we talk about liberal or conservative, or that it's a conservative mentality, like the usefulness of these terms starts to degrade because it's about maintenance or revolution fundamentally at a deeper level, and it's tough as a thing.
there are two different ways the world can shift towards dystopia.
Stop the discussion in chat. I'm not having that. We're not doing it. Do other things.
One way is built on action, the consequences of leaders and legislation, and the harm done to populations of people. The other way is built on access to knowledge, exposure to the truth that leaders and legislation and populations of people have not been well for far longer than you've been able to grasp. The world shifts towards dystopia because you learn to recognize the dystopic conditions when mom makes you go to bed. An era that, in reality, has never existed, except in the mind of an infant.
It doesn't exist in the mind of an infant either. They don't understand the world that way.
In truth, there are two different ways the world can shift towards dystopia. One way is built on action, the consequences of leaders and legislation, and the harm done to populations of people. The other way is built on access to knowledge, exposure to the truth that leaders and legislation and populations of people have not been well for far longer than you've been able to grasp.
I'm not. I'm going to time out the next person who talks about lumpen proletariats because, again, I don't care. You can go fight about that elsewhere. It is not a thing I give a fuck about or I'm going to do. I don't give a fuck. Don't do it. Stop it. You're done now. As of now. Muting anyone who does it for 25 minutes.
The world shifts.
I need to go back again, you fucking people.
Action, the consequences of leaders towards dystopia. One way is built on action, the consequences of leaders and legislation and the harm done to populations of people. The other way is built on access to knowledge, exposure to the truth that leaders and legislation and populations of people have not been well for far longer than...
I don't understand this sentence. I'm really trying. Because it's... We slide into dystopia by legislating ourselves there or recognizing that we are there. I don't... Let me just fucking lie and say he's saying that the way we get there is by the change in the material conditions of people or through the recognition of the truth of it. Right? I would ask, I mean, even if it's not, it doesn't even matter. I'm just trying to give something to work with because I can't make sense of what he's saying here. Like, I can't make sense. I don't, my brain is not doing it. I can't cross that at all. But it doesn't matter. The question that matters is what produces the conditions of recognition in the first place that he keeps talking about. If you're going to talk about, people recognizing that things are bad or legislating them to be bad, what makes them see things as bad? It's not that suddenly things were more visible than they were before. It's actually not how it works at all for anybody. We'll see where he goes with this, but you've
been able to grasp. The world shifts towards dystopia because you learn to recognize the dystopic conditions that have already existed all around you.
What defines those as dystopic conditions? What defines it as that, and what changes the method of recognition that nails that? It isn't that, oh my God, I woke up and I get it. The building that says you are crushed by my boot says you're crushed by my boot, and that's a bad thing. Like, that's not how it works. The Nazis weren't like not visible for a while, and it's not like they weren't very clear about what they were. Hey, I got into this Nazism thing early, and when did we all start disliking the Jews? Like, that's not how it works ever.
These two shifts are happening simultaneously. Orwell lived through the First and Second World Wars, trench warfare, death camps, nuclear bombs. He was not wrong in identifying the dystopic themes of his lifetime, the ability of new technology to exert new forms of control over the populace. But was he, I wonder, able to reflect beyond the lens of his own experience?
But this is, again, it's the same thing. It's this assumption that like he had some epiphany because things got to a certain point that were so clear to him. But there's the great sketch, Are We the Baddies? Which is kind of the joke I was doing. And it's basically the better version of it where, are we the baddies? We have skulls on our hats. Maybe they're the skulls of our enemies. Yeah, but what if the baby skulls, they're little small skulls. Like is it appropriate to say dystopic themes as opposed to very real dystopic realities? I would ask then, by definition, then anyone not directly affected by those realities in very significant ways will never hit it. Right? Like, this becomes that challenge in the same way. What is the thing that sets it up? What produces the conditions of recognition in the first place? Where am I invested that enables that? That's the thing. The boot doesn't suddenly become visible. My investments in everything make the boot have a different meaning and function. That's the difference. That he's not asking this question. Recognition is an objective truth. He's saying out of one corner of his mouth that it's silly that the objective truth of things has gone away. Like why would he say that? That objective truth, we don't believe in that. It's gone away. And then he's literally saying, like, but then people are able to recognize the objective truth that it's bad, things are bad. It doesn't work.
Have the awareness to know that the first time...
We just did a video on Foucault. Foucault's discipline and punishment is like literally this. It's literally this question. The apparatus produces that which is visible. I don't agree with it, but it's a better version of it.
He recognized politically motivated lies and propaganda in the reporting around him was not the first time it had happened. The irony and the danger of these two shifts towards dystopia is how easily one can be mistaken.
How do you know there's shifts to dystopia? I need to stay centered. I need to fix my camera some other time. I shouldn't have moved it. This is what I get. Why is it towards dystopia? Aliens use skulls, crystal skulls? Are you talking about 50 Cent again? If you're not aware, 50 Cent, did you know 50 Cent, the video game? If you haven't played it, it's fucking awesome. And I mean that in like the best awful way, not the first one, the second one, where 50 Cent has a collection of crystal encrusted skulls that, to use his words, bitch stole my skull. It's one of my favorite lines from the fucking game. And he goes on a rampage to get his crystal skull back. That's a real thing that happened. I know you were talking about Indiana Jones, but I always like bringing it up because 50 Cent, where my skull at? Bitch got my skull. He yells it like 90 times in that game. I fucking love it.
Mistaken for the other, especially given the inevitable nostalgia for the simple world of a child. It might be...
The best part about that game is he brings the crystal skulls with him on tour for no reason. And that's why they're stolen. Why don't I agree with Foucault? Because his ontology is basically historicist and stays within representation and doesn't deal with desire impulses, the passions as affirming, but instead a negating process.
Easy to look at today's protests.
Def Jam had a couple video games. Def Jam had a great basketball game, extremely underrated,
for instance, and assume that activists' demands are exclusive to our newly dystopic world. If you are, for instance, Roger Severino, one of the architects of Project 2025 and a big fan of 1984, you might see these social movements as Orwellian. He's said that today's left is forcing people to repeat a lie with their own lips. But if you learn even a little history, today's activists are easily identifiable as a part of a historical continuum. Protests against forever wars, against racial supremacy, or for queer liberation are not sudden constructions of the 21st century. They exist at the long end of a historical timeline, and they have for the entirety of that time.
Hey, we're going to get back to my original qualm. I knew it. We're going to get back to my original qualm. Michael Jackson's Moonwalker is amazing. Real game. Well, it's going to be a question of which version of the game you're talking about, because the arcade version is fundamentally superior to all the others. The Genesis version was excellent, but didn't allow you to actually take control of Michael Jackson after he had turned into a UFO. Well, if you don't have control of him as a UFO in the same way you do in the arcade, it's a reduced game. I still loved it on the Genesis, but the arcade was fundamentally better.
Been protesting dystopic conditions, a failure of institutions to recognize people as people. Perhaps the book's perceived political universality.
If you didn't expect that sentence, here's one. The best part about that video game is where a monkey jumps on your back and points to the doors that little children are hiding inside of crying so you can grab them. That's a real video game.
Is the ease at which its message can be reduced to "you're being lied to." The Ministry of Truth, doublethink, thought crime, 2 + 2 = 5, all on their basest level, are shaped around "they want to convince you the world is a way that it is not." When viewed this way, it's no wonder the novel could slide so easily into any number of ideologies. Crowd sizes, war justifications, paid protesters, COVID lab leaks, elders.
Does Deleuze's Foucault book make the critique I did? Oh, he doesn't have to. He steps beyond that and reinvigorates and rehabilitates Foucault by basically changing his entire body of work to mean something completely different in a wonderful way. But Foucault is the one who actually said
Zion.
That. Just so you know, Foucault's the one who said the critique I said. I hate that book, Anti-Oedipus, something like that, because I just will never be able to get into a place where desire isn't anything but born of lack.
Anything and everything, the more strongly felt, the more the other side is trying to make you believe 2 + 2 = 5.
I'm going to be so disappointed if he just goes, but my side is right. And this is going to be, how is he going to step outside of this? He doesn't have enough time to develop a new framework. He's staying inside of the framework, critiquing nothing. This is going to be very weird.
But it's not just the idea that you're being lied to. When pundits and posters refer to something as Orwellian, they are quite often referring to a censorship of dissent, that there's only one thing you're allowed to believe, and any...
Well, I feel like the whole idea of utopia or dystopia is the wrong schema to have states. Utopia and dystopia are fundamentally broken concepts. Yeah. Any state is dystopic. Every state is technically dystopic. There's no such thing as a utopian state. But again, to even have that framework is so representationally idealist, it takes you out of the ability to have real discussions with fucking anybody.
Any other opinion will be suppressed. This is maybe an even more powerful feeling than the sense that you're being lied to, that they are trying to stop you from telling others what you know. This is the thought process that can absolutely fracture one's reality. One person's correction becomes another person's thought police. Why are those doctors so insistent that vaccines work, huh? Is it because they're trying to keep us safe, or is it because they're trying to silence the truth? It's because vaccines work. And perhaps the paradox that most separates us from the time of 1984's writing is the number of places that someone can be silent.
The challenge of discussion is when you generally agree with what the person's actually saying, but the challenge is not about talking about what he's actually saying, but about the framework he's building. I'm not anti-vax at all, but he just turned it around as a cudgel against a political opponent to mock them, utilizing 1984. It's glib and frustrating.
In an environment when everyone has been given the ability to publish, to post, to create a soapbox upon which to declare their thoughts, our questions of free speech are more often specifically questions of amplification. Yes, technically you can say something.
You weren't a fan of Jung in my JP video, which I enjoyed. I'm a fan of Jung in the way that, like, I'm a fan of Freud. I think the ideas are really fun and interesting to think about, but way past it. And I think some of the stuff he says is kind of hilariously stupid. But, yeah, it's interesting. I'm really not a fan of Jordan Peterson's version of it, though. His fucking videos on it are just stupid. And I don't even know it that well, but the people I know who do really know it, and we've had some Jungians who I've probably made too many jokes about Jung in videos and they fucking get mad at me. But yeah, it's, yeah. I would assume this video isn't for them. He didn't use it as a cudgel. He just did it. Then he used it as a cudgel for you and for me. That's the thing. A cudgel isn't about like he's literally mocking someone for not believing vaccines work. In 2 days, by the way, if you don't have empathy for people who doubt vaccines, you really need to take a minute. Like, you should have empathy. You shouldn't agree with them, but you should have empathy for that position. Hey, the idea that the government lies about shit and corporations lie about shit that goes into your fucking arm. Wow. Weird. I wonder if there's a million reasons to believe that shit. Now, again, how it floats and how it becomes mimetically charged in the information system, it's complicated, but you should have empathy for it. To make it like he just did, which was a mocking tone, and overstate it,
that can absolutely fracture one's reality.
One person's correction becomes another person's thought police, right?
This is maybe an even more powerful feeling than the sense that you're being lied to, that they are trying to stop you from telling others what you know. This is the thought process that can absolutely fracture one's reality. One person's correction becomes another person's thought police. Why are those doctors so insistent that vaccines work, huh? Is it because they're trying to keep us safe, or is it because they're trying to silence the truth? It's because vaccines work. And perhaps the paradox that most separates us from the time of 1984's writing is the number of places that someone can be silenced. In an environment when everyone has been given the ability to publish, to post, to create a soapbox upon which to declare their thoughts, our questions of free speech are more often specifically questions of amplification. Yes, technically you can say something, but where? And how loudly? In 1949, when 1984 was published, you could, be turned down for a newspaper op-ed? Real censorship did exist, of course, and would accelerate in the years to come with
I'm just going to bring up Foucault again. Do you know why the panopticon works? The ability for a person to know that they're being seen at any point. It's not because they can be seen and will be seen. It's because it doesn't matter if they're seen. If someone exists in a space where they are aware that anything they do can be seen by guards, they police themselves, they guard themselves by nature because they don't want to have the results that come from being seen. So the hyper-distributed amplification he's talking about of these images and messages and all these things, it's not working in the way he's talking about. There's a diffuse layer to this that he is giving an odd, there's theory on this that's very, very good and incredibly consistent and borne out in the actual activities that he's not hitting here. That is kind of interesting.
McCarthyism, etc., but the vast majority of people, no matter their views, were simply not visible enough to meaningfully run up against institutions that shaped cultural narratives. Fast forward 70 years though, and any random grandma could have the Orwellian experience of being kicked out of a Facebook group for thought crime. Any teenage boy could be banned from a Discord server because Big Brother took an interest in the messages he was sending other users. This is what Varvel's original comic is about, remember?
But you just said that the entire point is about amplification. So old censorship suppressed free speech.
Twitter banned Trump's account and Google suspended Parler, a form of censorship that only exists in the modern era. The usual response to this is fairly straightforward. You can probably...
That was the point. It's a structural shift in how these things work. Amplification drowns out speech through diffusion or selective boosting by algorithms and curating people. But
say it with me. Freedom of speech is not freedom from consequence. Freedom of speech does not, in fact, guarantee someone...
Okay. But you just said, like, if the question is amplification, not publication, then the very framework of the consequence of what you said, that doesn't actually capture what's happening. That's not consequence. That's curation of perception itself. So it is 1984-ish. God damn it. Fuck, I'm just...
on a platform. Being banned from Twitter is the action of a company, not the government. It would probably represent far more of an...
That's categorical error. Categorical problematic error.
Overreach for the government to define the content policies of a non-governmental business.
This is liberalism. I didn't think I'd see that. That is frustrating. The idea that Twitter banning Trump was, well, it's not the government doing it, so it's fine. You need to have an understanding of how these things work, because, by the way, it works the other direction. The corporations and Facebook and all these guys banning people for pro-Palestine, anti-Israel comments, anti-Zionism comments, pro-Iranian comments, which is happening, by the way. They're not doing, that's fine. They're doing it. It's absolutely at pressure from the government. Like these things are married. We live in a, do people not know what fascism is anymore? What happened? What am I doing? What happened? What happened here? What happened here? What happened to me? I've been banned on Twitter like 9 times. I'm sad that they started requiring phone numbers because I can't do that anymore. The last time I got banned, it was, and I won't say who because you'll be able to find it and I don't want to get in trouble. But I made a comment that it was to an older gentleman, and it did get some lift because Squirrel Girl saw it and gave it some amplification. But it was essentially the good news. It was not directed at him, but it said, the good news of time is that it passes equally for all of us and eventually comes for us all. He's a very old man. I got banned for it being a death threat.
But I actually think Orwell would agree with Varvel. In part, at least.
I do.
Orwell was a free speech enthusiast, if not.
I think if you're going to have singular platforms that control so much speech, banning people from it is kind of fucking weird. Again, I don't believe in Section 230, so.
An absolutist. He said he was committed to hearing the unfashionable opinion that everyone shall have the right to say into print what he believes to be the truth, and yet he recognized there were limits. When one demands liberty of speech and of the press, one is not demanding absolute liberty. There always must be, or at any rate there always will be, some degree of censorship, so long as organized societies endure. The full quote about everyone having the right to say and to print whatever they believe to be the truth ends with, provided only that it does not harm the rest of the community in some quite unmistakable way.
Okay, so we go through like a half hour of everyone making Orwell whatever they want, and he literally turns Orwell into a liberal, like free speech thing. What the fuck? Well, it's a corporation. Orwell would agree with me. Is he performing the thing? Is this going to be Andy Kaufman? Okay, but ignores the right to praise exclusive people with means to. Okay, look. The liberal idea that he's utilizing, and it is a liberal idea, which is right-wing, by the way, is about how this operates entirely in this model of the public sphere, where speech is owned by speakers who themselves are autonomous from each other, that consequences are attached to speech acts directly as some kind of social policing, and then ultimately platforms are themselves private clubs whose admission is no one's business but their own. They're a private club. I'm a Groucho Marx person when it comes to shit like that. Sorry, I'm an old person. Groucho Marx had a fucking amazing line. I wouldn't join any club that would have me. None of these things that he's talking about here engages with the structure of platform-mediated speech as it exists in any meaningful way. So, Bob, you're right, but you're not also going far enough, because platforms produce the very conditions of audibility for speech. They do not receive fully formed speech and then deliver it to everyone. It is not, when they call it like the space, I can go to the middle of a fucking space and scream and people will hear me. I can't do that without spending $20 to boost my fucking post on X or Instagram or anything else. It's all bullshit. It's not a settled question, and this is a terrible thing for him to be saying. And by the way, again, he's turning Orwell into the thing that agrees with him. And unless he ends it by like, I guess I'm doing it too, and then he explains how, yes, that's how memetics works. This is terrible.
No, my hunch, and I have to emphasize this is a hunch, is that the man would be shaken by the unexamined elements of Varvel's cartoon. Not that Twitter and Google chose to throw specifically Donald Trump and Parler off their platforms, but that the modern realm of public discourse is monolithically shaped and defined by enormous billion-dollar technology companies, that the same industry responsible for the decimation of...
Yes, he would be against this, but he'd also recognize it as, oh yeah, companies. What are companies? Oh, they're organized by the state. Oh, that's weird. I wonder if they're organized by the state, because that's what a corporation is.
Orwell's beloved newspaper was now the only place to go for information. That the policies of these companies were now the de facto content guidelines for public discourse as determined by solely non-elected executives. But that said, even though I do think Orwell would find this aspect of society dystopian, it's still not what 1984 is about.
Good.
If Varvel meant to do more...
That's really not what it's about. Like, really not what it's about. At all.
...with this cartoon than simply lampoon Twitter and Google for being...
David has a... Oh. Or am I doing a Kaufman-esque thing? You can find out in part 2 on Nebula, where I sit with Philosophy Tube. Sorry.
If he meant to draw attention to the outsized influence of tech companies on our public discourse, he may have chosen the single worst victim for that example. If anyone on Earth didn't need to rely on the communication channels afforded by social media, it was the sitting president of the United States.
I mean, that's not true at all. Like, again, I'm not here to debate, but the day he was banned from it, I stopped seeing him. And I have to go, now when I hear that he says something, I have to go find it on another platform. So literally the sitting president of the United States, yes, it affects him. What the fuck? What the fuck is that comment?
Discourse, he may have chosen the single worst victim for that example. If anyone on Earth didn't need to rely on the communication channels afforded by social media, it was the sitting president of the United States.
As he said at the beginning, they banned him after he was no longer president. Does that matter to know what he says? It matters to the people who will see it even with the ban. What? A bunch of people won't see it with the ban. Me seeing it doesn't matter? Okay. Do you not understand? Like now you're arguing for the algorithm as a thing. Okay. Oh, dude, seriously. Okay. Person saying objectionable stuff who's the most powerful person in the world. Says stuff, makes commentary. Me hearing it and seeing it is being seen by things, and me seeing stuff because it is a major public platform that is supposedly the public place, the discourse. But them blocking that is a thing that they don't do in the rest of the world. If I have a loud person on my street, I can't block him. I can't deplatform him. I just have to deal with loud person. I have to go talk to him, all of that stuff. In the real world, people have to deal with it. What the president says has real impacts on me. Me not seeing it doesn't really matter. I'm not arguing just effective for this specific person. This is very...
1984 is a book about the state's totalitarian control of every aspect of society, from industry to press to entertainment. From this position, the ability of a non-governmental platform to stop hosting the president isn't an example of Orwellian thought control.
Okay. So he's now saying, yep, it agrees with me. He's using this book to adjudicate a contemporary political matter. He is supposed to be diagnosing why people do this. In the book, there is state totalitarianism. It is not a book about the totalitarian state's control. It is not. This is frustrating.
It's actually the exact opposite, a demonstration in a way of freedom. A private company acting independently of and antagonistically towards the government, which is a...
Does he have to do it in an unbiased way while he's doing so? You can't do the thing while talking about the thing? You can if you acknowledge it. He has to acknowledge it. Oh, I'm doing the thing because this is how meaning works. And because he's spent the beginning shitting on a lot of people for saying that they like mocking a lot of people for using it in these massive ways, not understanding that, well, what's it really about? What's it really about? What's it really about? Now using it to justify the deplatforming of Trump, which, by the way, is a fucking stretch. And there's like 9 links of chain that I do not find justified in that claim. He has made multiple representational claims. He's meaning is the property of the text that I can recover via careful reading that I'm doing that is applicable to current events in this way through proper analogy. That chain that he's made, every step is like, it's interpreting the same way everyone else is doing, even Varvel, but pretending to be different. And I find it frustrating because it's not a critique. It's not stepping around this. It's not going, hey, I think it's like this. This is how I like to read it. Perfectly fine. I will tell you, by the way, I like to read it as a tale on how people, it's his last work. I read it as him putting himself in the space. This is what he saw himself do, how he saw himself grow into his mask. And we see the characters, all of them pretty much, grow into their masks in 1984. That is how I read it. I think it's a phenomenal tale in that way. That's not what the book's about. I don't fucking know. It's like, the point is that it's filled with a mass of disparate pieces that can be universalized in dozens of different ways and they become decoded from the text and recoded into various social situations by all kinds of different investments of people. And that's a fascinating thing to study and understand. That is a thing you can do. I feel like framing your arguments as unbiased is pointless and accomplishes nothing. Everyone's analysis is colored by the class position. Well, I may disagree on your framing there, but again, I would argue that he's literally saying, and if this is what you're saying he's going to go through and do it unbiasedly, and then he does the thing he's supposed to be diagnosing. It's frustrating. That's it. That's it. That's just it.
Way more credit than Twitter actually deserves, but still. Upon 1984's original release, almost all sides of the political spectrum flocked to use its dystopian vision to bolster their own platform. The exception was the communists. Orwell was already known for Animal Farm and his generally anti-Soviet views. Stalin was, though not the only,
thank God he said anti-Soviet,
the most apparent analog of Big Brother. Masses and Mainstream, a monthly Marxist magazine, alliteration, titled its review Maggot of the Month, and wrote that the book's popularity demonstrated a deep societal sickness. Pravda, the official newspaper of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, said that 1984 represented the gruesome prognostications of a whole army of venal writers on the orders and instigation of Wall Street. It is ironic, so many decades and so many waves of influence later, that most reviews treated the book as inextricably tied to the moment it was published. The communists could only see it as a condemnation of communism. American Republicans said it was obviously warning against the New Deal. Mark Schorer, writing a contemporaneous review for the New York Times, said that 1984's kineticism may mean that its greatness is only immediate, its power for us alone, now, in this generation, this decade, this year, that it is doomed to be the pawn of time.
Orwell saw and wrote about this thing that is totalitarianism. Totalitarianism isn't left or right. It's one of the reasons that it makes it incredibly complicated to have this conversation and say, is it for the left or is it for the right? It's not. It's about totalitarianism, the adherence and maintenance of the system itself. It doesn't matter what the system is. If the system is for the Nazis, if the system is for the communists, if the system is for black people, if the system is for white people, the maintenance and totalitarian thing fundamentally there is what he was critiquing and setting up for critique. Animal Farm is about the same exact thing. It's about, hey, you get a revolution, and it is unambiguous. The revolution was good and needed, by the way. The movie ruined that, the new one especially. But the farmer's a piece of shit who deserves to be killed and run off. Totally great. But then what? Well, then we just rebuild the exact same thing that was here already. Because that's the question. What do we rebuild that isn't just the same fucking thing? Because if we think we can do better than this without having to build some new shit, we're just looking to put ourselves in charge. Totalitarianism swings both ways.
77 years and tens of millions of sales later, it does make you wonder.
It was Chicken Run. Ants is revolutionary. I'm not joking, by the way. Ants.
What is it about 1984?
It has a Z, that's how revolutionary it is.
Book is written as a warning, if it literally picks a date in the future to set itself, and then that date comes and goes, why do we still cling to it so tightly? Well, because it is not, actually, a book of prophecy. It is not about the world we're headed into, it is about the one we've found ourselves in. Orwell wrote
Hashman, this is one of my favorite Zizek things. It's, my continuous question is the same one as his, but I'll just read your comment. Zizek said he would sell his mother into slavery to see the day after what happens in V for Vendetta. Because the revolution's glorious. And then what? The answer is, by the way, all the diabetics die. Did you know that? Did you know that's what comes next? Or we stay in capitalism. You can, Ants was not a ripoff of Bug's Life. Bug's Life softens the revolutionary angle, which is incredible.
1984, only after he started paying attention to how ideological narratives of war and culture were spun. Sure, he repeated that he didn't think the world he wrote about will arrive, only that it could occur. But the fears he articulated in 1984 were not ones yet to arrive. They were already there. The world as a stage where superpowers would trade war back and forth, history manipulated and wielded as a weapon.
Oh, studio stole the idea from Pixar. Oh, no, it was ripped off in that sense. Yeah, no, totally. Totally ripped off in that sense. Like, yes. But it happened to, like, the writer happened to take it in a really good direction. If you haven't seen both Bug's Life and Ants, it's one of those that's really fascinating. And then released earlier Bug's Life. My favorite of those is still what I consider to be two of the more amazing, like, action, dumb fun. I like dumb fun action movies. The Raid and Judge Dredd with Carl Urban, the cool Judge Dredd. So The Raid exists because they tried to make Judge Dredd, and the guy behind it, who's a wonderful director, he did a whole bunch of really good shit, was like, cool, let's do it. He had a script and everything. And then they were like, oh, we're holding up. And he just fucking went and he made The Raid instead. And then they got the money and they were like, oh, fuck. And they tried to beat him to, it's amazing. Those are so good. Here's the thing. Revolution happens or people die in a war. I don't care. Like, here's the thing. Revolution happens, people die in a war. Revolution happens, people with disabilities die. No, those aren't the only two options. That's not how it works. And 3, what then? Answer that. That's all. Just answer that.
Populations taught who to hate and who to worship. Perhaps, if he looked back on his life, he would recognize that the same forces shaped the world before him. Perhaps if we looked back on ours, we would recognize the same. In the terrifying ending of the novel, as Winston...
But that's... I feel like he's going to end with the meta point is going to be I'm doing the same thing, because it's absolutely accurate that, like, Orwell was not predicting anything. Orwell was diagnosing things. These are already things that were in process, right? He was a colonial police officer in Burma in like the 1920s. He was within the apparatus and was able to see how it functioned. When people say now we're really in 1984, what's happening is it's a nostalgic claim in the same way he was diagnosing earlier. This is so confused.
Winston is held prisoner deep inside the Ministry of Love. His will is obliterated by Big Brother's torture. You must stop imagining that posterity will vindicate you, Winston, O'Brien, his torturer, says. Posterity will never hear of you. You will be lifted clean out from the stream of history. We shall turn you into gas and pour you into the stratosphere. You will be annihilated in the past as well as the future. You will have never existed. The only thing that is forever, O'Brien continues, is Big Brother. Not the stars in the sky, not the laws of physics, only the regime, only power. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face. Forever. And in a way, in one very specific way, O'Brien is right. Not that Big Brother itself would last forever. Regimes change, empires fall. Even the appendix at the end of the book is written in past tense, as if looking back on a...
I mean, you got to make that reference. It's one of the most clever things of the book. Most people don't even notice.
...previous era. But as each of us begins to perceive the world, to recognize the machines much bigger than ourselves, to ask...
Boot stamping a human face. It's an amazing line, and it's a powerful moment, because it is just saying it doesn't matter. Like the language, that everything you do, it's crushed. We've won. Nothing you do matters. It's a feeling of utter hopelessness being conveyed and commanded. And 1984, by the way, not a happy ending.
Fundamental questions of justice and injustice, we find the boot that is always there, perhaps worn by one foot or another, but always moving down, always seeking to stamp itself upon the face of humanity. In a foreword to 1984 written by Thomas Pynchon, he writes that one of Orwell's terrors was that he might one day lose his political anger and end up as one more apologist for things as they are. And more so, that his writing would eventually be claimed by those he opposed. The ability of the ruling element to co-opt dissent was ever present. No one thinks that
it's worth noting, Thomas Pynchon, who's like a post-war dystopian novelist. Like, it's a lot of prestige work. It's a meta comment on like having this person do this. Like, this is co-optation of Orwell for capital, but again, not mentioned and glossed over.
That they're the ones co-opting 1984. We all view ourselves as Winston Smiths, having finally ripped off his blindfold, unable to ignore the horrible elements of the world.
I think it is, Adam. I actually think it is.
Anymore.
He mentioned the music earlier, so it would make sense.
And I guess, if I could make one plea to the entire political spectrum reading 1984, it would be, look at your targets and ask yourself, is this where power is truly gathered? Or are you being misled by a big brother so vast you can't even recognize it? Big Brother is not just someone asking you to change your mind. Big Brother is the war profiteer, the imprisoner, the torturer, the reality definer. Gary Varvel, for as mediocre as I think his comic is, did look and identify some of the major powers in our current ecosystem. And he did it by himself and chose...
One second. I just had to have a lesson for my child so he can understand that some things we don't talk about if the world can hear us. Let's go back for a moment.
To make it torturer, the reality definer. Gary Varvel, for as mediocre as I think his comic is, did look and identify some of the major powers in our current ecosystem. And he...
It's always a great line when your son comes running. So I'm in the bathroom, and you're like, whoa, and that's why I mute immediately. And yeah, it was a whole thing.
He did it by himself and chose to make it into art with only the help of one of the most powerful books ever written. So I think I have to hand it to... Sorry, what's this? Okay, so this says, so immediately after President Donald Trump was suspended from Twitter, the day before Varvel's comic came out, the president's son, Donald Trump Jr., tweeted, "We are living in Orwell's 1984, free speech no longer exists in America." So Varvel is just parroting. He didn't even think of it himself. He just... Mother...
Or he didn't see that tweet, because most people didn't. Okay, so there's I'm not a fan of this video. Whatever. You don't care. No one cares. He's gigantic. 1.5 million subs. The idea that, hey, Big Brother is not the name of a regime of process and compulsion, but instead it's particular people, types of agents, that if you can find the right one, you can actually find Big Brother themselves. That's a problematic statement in a massive way, in every way. That's a very problematic statement to say. That's all. Like, oh, war profiteers. Yeah, they suck. Great. Are they Big Brother? Is that how it works? That sounds like what he was saying, that they're Big Brother. I don't... Moral exaltations are not my cup of tea. And Orwell went out of his way. And again, Animal Farm. Fucking Animal Farm. Please read Animal Farm. I don't think people have read it since they were kids. Because, like, there's an argument in Animal Farm. I've got a video coming on this soon. I've got too many videos now. I need to finish what I've got. But the thing is, like, Animal Farm as a thing is about how reality is defined by a reality definer. There is a position and activity that is about how reality is defined outwards. And specifically the existence of what Orwell did during his time and how he spent time doing propaganda and then turning on people. And then all of this, all of the complexities that make him as interesting as he is, all of that is about this. Any sufficient scale of reality definition, it doesn't matter who occupies it, where it's at, how it's set up, it is there. You replace war profiteers with someone else, great, we get to have an enemy in that way, and it basically becomes the personnel change, like politics, that Animal Farm explicitly says is bullshit. And that would be my fundamental critique. Yeah, anytime you hear they, and he used they a lot, it's a problem. So let's go through the problems I have with the video then. This is frustrating. He opens and spends a great deal of the video talking about this being a recovery. That who is understanding 1984, there's a misuse of 1984, that if we carefully read it and we go biographically recover it, we can get it back. And then he literally shows not able to do that at all, and then does it. If you're going to do it, you can make a video, and it could be a good video, where you take the mimetic side of it, not the work. If you're going to go through the work, you're now disconnected from the 70 years of how it was used since. And he kind of gave a weird, like, genealogy of like, well, it was used here and then here, but he even splintered in weird ways where it's like, oh, 1984 decided to use George Orwell's 1984. Apple decided to use 1984 in their 1984 ad. Great. But then he's like, and then all of these other people parodied it, but they didn't parody 1984. They were parodying the Apple ad being iconic. So like half of that didn't matter. But even others, it's like a quote was used here, a comment was used here, Big Brother was the name of a TV show. And it's like, these are just where it popped up, but there isn't actually like a thing to do. Like there's nothing done about, hey, here's how meaning is taken out of all these different films. Let's take, for example, one of my favorites, Starship Troopers, Attack on Titan, Fight Club, RoboCop, Terminator. Name a movie. I can show you memes and people taking it where it was definitely not in the text, because that's an interesting field of study. It's its own thing, memetics, and it's worth looking at. But if you're not going to do that, but then you're also not really going to go to what the thing means, and you're going to come back into it, is frustrating. The second thing is the treatment of a mouthpiece here. The idea that Orwell's political positions, that these biographical facts or authorial intent would be an interpretive ground that you can fundamentally do anything from and recover, again, shows weird things, that there's no stabilization of the meaning of work at all in this. There's too long spent on him. None of those things matter. You need to treat Orwell's biography and stated positions as a set of facts amongst others, not as in a hierarchy at the pinnacle of it. It's useful for some questions. They're things that can add color to other things, but they're not like a privileged ground from where you gather interpretation, which is frustrating. I again fundamentally disagree with his use of power throughout it and how he talks about it. I don't think that's in 1984, but that's a more philosophical stance. I'm trying to think of other stuff. Like there's just a lot that's like, people do interpret based on the, but they do it in the same way as everyone else. They interpret based on the author, the parts that they know. They're not interpreting based on the true author. That's the reason the death of the author is a concept. It's not, oh, well, no one cares about the author, so go beyond it. No. It's the awareness that even there, 100% his analysis is not exhaustive. No one's ever will be. It doesn't work as a thing. They're treating it as privileged ground when it is not. You're reading secondary accounts or firsthand accounts that are flawed from the person. You can't treat it as privileged ground. And if you treat it as a sort of truth, or you treat it as anything privileged in the space, you're fundamentally acting like, you're not understanding. The author's also been dispersed to history in exactly the same way the work has. That's the thing, because it's about that. People do. No, they don't. They do, and we can analyze that, but they're not doing it from a privileged position. They're making that false error. They're making the mistake of it being privileged. That's why you can have that conversation. That no one is understanding 1984 truly through Orwell's biography, because there's no such thing. There wasn't even for Orwell. Chat has been really cool this stream. I love people I can disagree with and who disagree with me in interesting ways. Yeah, none of you are stupid. Let me just say that. I am disagreeing with you, because of fucking course I do. But it hasn't been stupid, and there hasn't been a bannable person. Thank you. Don't say anything now. I will still ban for things. Sure, but the conclusion requires a lot of background knowledge. It requires the amount of background knowledge that person who is doing the knowledge finds sufficient. That's it. Jacob Geller did not go talk to people and research beyond this. And if he did, it's because he found himself lacking and did those things. The thing is, they're putting themselves in a position of believing they have privileged knowledge or a privileged understanding because the author and his relationship to the work is somehow more important than anything else. I would argue significantly that where he wrote it and the room he wrote it in has more impact. And I could have a fun discussion there. And if I were to say, well, you don't understand, here are the 19 books that were in the room. Here's where he got cups of coffee. Here's the woman he talked to who flirted with him in just the right way, in this and this and this. I could tell you all those things. Does that mean I have more privileged info? No, but it doesn't work. It doesn't actually do it. The actual way to have these conversations is to understand all of the pieces and to treat them as the pieces that are movable and understandable and investable in different ways. 1984 is investable, and he hit a few of these things, the nostalgia play, the fascist look at the old. He performed a few of them by saying, oh, this is about this political thing or that, because analog and analogy allows us to stretch things out over other things. There's an incredible thing you can do where you can go, hey, all of this stuff, let's actually understand all these pieces and let's study how the pieces work together and break them apart. And there are really good historiographies that go through this. Foucault does really good work. Despite me disagreeing with him, Foucault does very good work like this. So do a lot of really amazing historians. That shit is incredibly powerful. That stuff would be interesting. But again, Jacob's done good videos in the past. This was lacking. This was lacking for me. Yeah. This was lacking. But hey, it happens. Oof. 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 We are at 3.5 hours. I think we're going to take a break from videos right now. think we're going to take a break from videos right now, and we're just going to shoot the shit for a moment. And I'm going to decide what the fuck I want to do next. Because I kind of want to play around a deadlock and then get my kids to bed. To me, it seems like he was doing the thing he was critiquing and inverted at the end. I think there's a really good argument to be made that he was victim and of the framework he was setting out to do. I would agree with that. I think that if there was a large, like, I think where the video bummed me out is his critique at the beginning didn't go anywhere because he ended up just doing it. Because I think there's a lot of very interesting ways we can talk about who is invested in different parts of different memetics that came out of it. Like 1984 as a thing, if we were to sit down and go, okay, why is it? And he touched on it. And it could have been interesting. Hey, everyone talks about doublethink. Why? Well, that's because it's investable by anyone, because it's basically shit means the opposite of what we're saying, and people have that actively known. There you go. I can name ways people do it around me. I can name ways I do it in my everyday life. It's a common thing. I'm able to universalize it. Why is the sex stuff gone? Why is the sex stuff not memetized at all, despite actually being quite universal? That would be my thing, right? Like, why is that not everywhere? What makes a thing memetically attached and then not? He touches that there is parts of it that isn't memetically moved, but then he acts like the entire thing is also memetic, and it all works, but it's like, but wait, no. There are parts that you outline as being like specifically the thing that we're almost entertained by. The idea of the panopticon being observed everywhere, Big Brother is a fucking game show, but the fucking 20 minutes of violence, or the 20 minutes of hate, or the anti-sex leagues, like that stuff I can relate to actual YouTube videos and places online that people don't want to talk about. But that would be insane to say it has no impact, but no one refers to it in 1984, right? Why? Why does no one refer to it? Okay, Lone, thank you very much, $20 for love of the game. I think maybe we'll do a little bit of gaming, which I think could be fun. And I'll just keep yelling at chat as I go, because that's what I fucking do now, apparently. Let's see. Well, that's, I may need to fix a few things here, because I think that's broken. Yeah, I switched over just before I went, and it's like I'm 4 pixels wide in the video game version of this, which is not great. Tarzan couldn't be parodied. Simpsons did. They did? They parodied that? Did they parody that? I don't feel like I know what parodying, I don't know the reference. I don't know how they would do that. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'm setting up. Actually, Pop. Now I'm in the corner. Hi, everyone. Let's move you down to my other monitor so I can occasionally look down at it. Let's turn down the brightness of my light as well. Mostly okay, I think. Halloween episode. Oh, you know what they did? Shit. I don't count the Halloween episodes because they're more dark and serious as a thing. Okay. Turn off studio mode. All right. Deadlock is a window. Why would you not just find it? How is that possible that you can't find deadlock? All right. 1 sec. I have to change my resolution for this. Boop, 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 boop. Where going to go to a borderless window. We're going to go to... And we'll do a healthy one for you guys. Nice and easy. 1920 1080. Simple. That should be nice and big for everyone. Happy days. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. I am a page main, and I'm going to hope we get page today. Yeah, that should be fine. I think it should be okay. Deadlock is a lovely, lovely game. I'm a big, big fucking fan. I'm going to turn it slightly down for you guys, so that way you can continue to see it. Any prediction when prices will go down? Well, so the internet has made the AI shit very fascinating right now. Hello, Dexter. What's going on?
A book about all the numbers in Minecraft, and they've only got up to 100.
Oh my god! Can I read your book on stream?
Yep.
All right, my Dexter made a book in Minecraft called "The Book of Numbers."
Yeah.
Allow me to read. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Does this goes all, these are all the numbers up to 100.
Yeah, they're making even more numbers up to 1,000.
You're going to do up to 1,000? I wish you all the luck. That is crazy.
The 100's only on the second page.
That's amazing. He's right behind. He's right here still. Someone said the title's perfect. That's the biggest smile. You made his day. All right. Wham, wham, wham. Let's move me to the upper right here. I think that'll be better for the stream, so I don't have the QC over my face. AI is a fascinating one right now. That'll be fun for me to ramble about while I play this game. Because I get to bitch about NVIDIA, which is a fun thing I get to do while I'm doing this. So NVIDIA's got to sell and is set to sell $1 trillion worth of video cards in the next year and a half. I don't know if you don't read Ed Zitron, you should. He's talking about how just recently a whole bunch of debt from the AI companies that the banks had sold at a discount. Now what that means is that banks often, because debt comes in, they sell it at they pass it off to others. They turn into other financial instruments if it is able to be done. If it can be turned into other financial instruments, you can make money by selling debt. This is what the credit default swaps turned into, and mortgage default swaps and mortgage debts from the 2008 crash. This is the reason all that shit took off. They're selling at a discount now, which means banks aren't confident and buyers aren't confident that this shit will get paid off, because it won't. So we are in the phase of no longer when will AI crash, but we're now hitting the point of it is now days, weeks, or months. We are no longer talking about a year or more. We are on the road. We're on the road. The sad thing is, not yet. So, RAM is completely fucked. You are screwed. I wouldn't buy RAM. I wouldn't buy used RAM. You'll have noticed a weird thing in game development is go look at the stats and like assumptions of what people's computers are. There are a huge number of projects that are just not really advancing. We used to have games that required like 4090 the year it came out or the year before it came out really, and then a 5090 and then a 6090 presumed. They're not doing any of that now. Games are built, like even Deadlock, to run on potatoes because it just isn't. Computers aren't advancing at the same level at a grand level. You can go check the Steam survey database. there's a weird plateau we've hit where computers just aren't advancing because all of it is going upwards. All of it's going into these centers that no one knows if they're being built or however. And yeah, what made Microsoft, and it's not just Microsoft, but they announced Copilot is switching to a token model, which means no one's going to use it. Like, that's the end of that, because all-you-can-eat models are dead. All-you-can-eat models are fucking dead. If you can find a decent company that's doing all-you-can-eat right now, even minorly, I would recommend getting a year subscription. Like, fundamentally. I mean that. Like, I think Claude and OpenAI are going to be staying in this model for some time, so not them. But Gemini has completely moved over. Google has shifted all of their shit. Everyone's moving to a place where it's like, hey, we're actually going to start charging what this stuff is. You're going to get, and everyone's going to get completely fucked very, very quickly. So the thing at the fundamental part of that is, right now, there are a handful of secondary companies that are going to get squeezed out. And it's going to be a really weird couple months. Oh no, Vindicta. I don't want to play Vindicta. That means there's a page on the other team. God damn it. That's okay. You get to watch me be fairly terrible at a character. So yeah, AI is going to be really weird for a little bit. And after that, it's going to get really bad for a lot of people. Yes, Dexter. Vindicta is the sniper girl. Remember her?
Your dress is...
Good. Thank you for pausing, whoever you are.
Ridiculous.
Yep,
You have a go
sure.
ahead.
Oh, way to go for the low-hanging fruit, Vindicta. Real classy.
The crows lend me their aid.
But no, it's not just Claude. It's all of them. All of them are having this problem. All of them are having this problem. The game sounds too high. Fair enough. I will drop that down so you can hear me better. Silver is AFK. Fantastic. Oh, I've got a page on my own team. This will be interesting. I have Claude. I got Perplexity. They did a deal where if you signed up with PayPal, they gave you a year for free. For God knows what fucking reason.
This is just the beginning.
I don't know what is happening here. What the fuck is going on? Oh, disconnect. After a kill. That's fun. We get an abandon. Well, at least I don't have to play the full round. Because there's no way the team's going to stick around. You shoot away, buddy. You don't have a teammate. Your game's over. This is going to be a frustrating round for this guy. I feel bad.
Summoning crows. Need some elevation.
Boop, boop, boop. Oh, Bebop's back. Good. Rim? Oh, the cat character? Rim's fun, but you have to really be good at Rim, and if you're having a bad day, it can get really, really awful.
My own opportunities.
It can get really awful. Frustratingly so.
I can strike from anywhere.
Boop, 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 boop.
No one hides from me. They took out Billy. Stay right there. They're dead.
This is a boring round. This is a very boring round. This is going to be a slaughter, and it's fine. Oh no, I need the last one. Come on. Billy the Goat is a wildly good character if you're setting up right. Yep, 100%.
Die on your feet.
The girl shooting game. A lot of the best characters are all women, and even the ones that like I don't think needed to be coded sexually, they're also very feminine coded. Boop, 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 boop.
Them next time.
Ooh, that was close. Get some regen going fast.
Hello, friend. I need all the help I can get.
It's there's a couple characters that you don't even need to really be good at shooters for that are really like, I mean, people will shit on you for playing them, they'll laugh, but it doesn't really matter.
Time to fly.
Billy, why didn't you come? Oh, because he was being killed. That's okay. It's not bad. This character requires aiming skill. Most of them do not. I will just let you know. Like, it's not really about aiming for most of them. It's one of the reasons that I kind of dig the shit out of the game.
No more games. Finding them. I'll kill them all.
Got him.
Good work. The birds will deal with them.
Gotta get more shit.
Now go out there and impose your will.
It is on Steam. I'd have to give you an invite. So if you hit me up on Steam, my if you don't have it, I'll post my
Let's see them try to get
link to share later.
They took out Billy.
God damn it, dude. Dude, if you're hiding in there, I can't do shit. Not helpful.
I see you.
Rise up and take what you deserve.
You're not gonna be able to do the damn. Oh, maybe he will. Fuck, he did. What's up?
Perfect.
Oh, okay. Good job, Billy. All right, let me. I'm not going to share me with my normal username. Boop, 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 boop. Billy got it. Coming blue.
Stay put. Keep your eyes out. Nighty-night. Damn. If I'm on street level, I'm not doing my job right. They're mine.
The spirit urn is waiting. I see the enemy.
That is no teammates helping me there. That's fun. No teammates there. That sucked. What am I doing? What's the next setup? I need opening rounds for sure.
They destroyed the Guardian on green.
Boop, 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 boom.
Finding higher ground.
Motherfucker.
Tiger's missing.
Greenwich is under attack.
Lie true. You're not getting closer.
I see Ivy.
Mina Doc. They destroyed the Guardian on yellow.
This could be frustrating. I'm not leveling as quickly as I need.
It's brutal out there, huh?
Drop it in.
Stick around. Taking flight. It's a good day.
Not quite.
We delivered the urn. You're mine.
This is just the beginning. I'll get them next time.
That was not good, Brooks.
I see Bebop.
They killed the detective. You're not getting closer. Get the drop on them. Contact.
They destroyed the Guardian on Blue.
All right, I'm the only person there. Great.
Greenwich is under attack.
Sounds good.
I'm getting the fuck out of here. Go farm.
I got one of those for the missus. Big fan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Binding.
I see the enemy.
Boop, 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 boop.
The king of Green Walker is under attack. Hear it.
Going airborne.
Spirit urn is here. The urn has been dropped.
Nice shit, Abrams. I saw that. I saw that, Abrams. Abrams, I fucking saw that. That was beautiful.
Think the Vampire Nation is taking note now?
Thank you, Paige. Thank you, Paige. Thank you, Paige.
Spirit jar's here.
Ramina's crimson children make them scream.
Sigh. Big sigh. Big sigh.
Let's have some fun. Crows obey. I'll have their head. Headed to Broadway.
Man, they're gunning right for me. That was my fault. I was being big dumb. But I'm not... This build kind of sucks. It doesn't have... I'm going to get sharpshooter first, I think. Wait. Long range first? Yeah. Yeah. But it's very much a MOBA. Because you end up with all of the same kinds of things as you make us. Like items and builds and choosing what thing in front of one thing and all of that shit.
To blue.
Mm-hmm.
I have an omen for you.
Got her.
On to the next one.
Defend Greenwich.
A green walker is under attack. Be bold. They destroyed our green walker.
I'm having a bad day. They fucking came out right underneath me. God damn it. Phew. Get the fuck out. Just for right now. Jesus. That could have been bad. Any strong opinions on AI art aesthetics? I believe AI art tends to be bad art, but I do believe it is art. I believe art is a category that's exceptionally wide. I think it's important to make sure that we don't do the weird gatekeeping when it comes to like certain aesthetics, certain things naturally, or certain processes, because we don't even know what a processes can be used for. I put it back to the same thing when people were doing things with like modulators and synthesizers once upon a time. There was genuine hesitance to have a discussion fundamentally around the same stuff as everything else, where it's like, hey, is this art? Yeah, it's art. And it will be art. It will be art too. Fundamentally.
I see Ivy. Someone's gonna be bleeding on it.
Locking down an area.
You're mine. Time to get up close and personal.
The momentum's going my way.
It's over. Throwing stake.
Broadway is under attack. Pull back.
I may have pushed you deep.
He's coming. Fuck, I'm dead. Fuck. Oh, they're on top of me. That sucks.
Need help on Greenwich.
Shot him in the face. Hi, Bebop. That felt good. That felt pretty good.
Looking forward to leaving my mark. We all played our parts.
Is under attack.
Headed to Greenwich.
Summoning crows. Stay put.
Broadway is under attack.
I see beef.
I'll find a place to snipe. Cut their eyes out. Stay right there.
Ah, shit. I'm having a bad round. It happens. Press Alt when you revive. Why would I do that?
I see Viper.
I'm not having a good round, but it's been fun. I'm not having a bad round, just not a good one. 3 and 6 is not great. My last round with Paige, I ended up becoming the carry. It was fantastic. But I think I haven't played Vindicta in 2 months. So...
I see Ivy.
You earned the king's favor.
Come on, give me sight on someone. Shit. Nope, I don't want sight on anyone. Never mind, I was lying. Don't do that.
Our yellow walker is under attack. The blue walker is under attack.
Come out and meet your fate. Finding higher ground. I make my own opportunities.
Let's push blue.
Binding them. They killed the detective.
I'm dead too, probably. That's okay. Let's see, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? See, these are all... There's toxic bullets. I want that for sure. And then... I want larger magazine for sure. Let's see. I don't want to make myself slower. I just want to have the next one. It's got toxic. It's probably good then. Then I want ricochet as my next. We'll do that up. See what happens. Yeah, let's go.
Headed to yellow.
Someone go yellow.
I can't see a fucking
I
thing.
need to buy some anti-gun and we'll be fine. Later armor is pretty good for this.
They've destroyed our Blue Walker. York is under attack. They've taken our Yellow Walker.
Not going great.
And they will die.
Let's see. What do I want to do? We'll do Boundless. Boundless will be there. Bullet will move into then Siphon later. We'll do that. Should be okay. But I want Ricochet first.
Spirit Urn is here.
Because I'm having too much trouble with waves and groups. Having too much trouble with waves and groups.
I see the drifter.
Shit.
My reach is boundless.
The Spirit Urn is waiting to be claimed.
It was a bad day.
I see Viper.
You're not getting closer.
Spirit Urn is here.
I'll get the drop on them. It's over.
The urn has been dropped. They claim.
They're mine. Good work. They killed the detective. So long. Manhattan is my feeding grounds. I have an omen for you.
I am not doing well solo. This is a tough round for me.
Just back up here.
Fall back.
Okay.
Fuck. Getting smashed up. Yeah, it's the enemies and how they work, teammates. When you have synchronous powers that really work well together, you'll destroy an entire team super fast. They got a bunch. They got a bunch. They hit a single area really quick. We do not. We have kind of a couple melee guys, a couple shooters, and not a lot of synchronicity between the teammates, which happens. Usually I'm Paige. This is a weird build for Paige, but whatever. Everyone plays differently. That ult does not work like you think it does. God damn. Me, actually. I think I can get boundless right now.
Let's. They're in mid.
And then,
this book's gonna give them hell.
Yeah, we'll do
They're
that.
taking mid right now.
The rejuvenator is descending.
They have the rejuvenator. Be careful. They have the rejuvenator. Taking flight.
Don't go running off on me.
Contact. Die on your feet. Target them.
I see Viper.
I'm dead. I can't see anything.
I see the enemy. They will return, and we must be ready. Defend the stronghold. The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed. Bring your enemies low.
Summoning crows.
Yeah, she's not my main, as you might be able to tell if you know this game at all.
Silver's missing.
They claim the urn. They will return, and we must be ready.
Binding them. This is just the beginning.
We're dead. This is the end of the game. So much.
Oh, no one's getting in our way.
Actions.
Good game.
The detective has been making opportunities for us.
Only I remain.
We've only one shrine left.
I make my own opportunities.
To stop them from progressing further. Defend the stronghold.
No one hides from me.
Completing the ritual. Defend the stronghold.
Stylish, I love it.
Well, oh, we have a lot of people who aren't doing great. That makes me feel a little bit better about my round. Not much, but a bit.
Take the king's boon and be blessed.
So, those machines you punch, you exchange sort of health for viability, so it gives you like bonuses. If you can time your punches right, you actually get in a really good spot generally.
Tying them down. They took out Billy. The birds will deal with them.
You have to stay in the middle with me here so they don't take it.
It was worth a try. Not the best round I've ever had, not the worst. But not a fun one either. So let's get out of that match. Don't care. Don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. All right. So let's actually... You know what? Let's do the sandbox. How do you get to the sandbox now? I can't never remember. Oh yeah, teleporter. So the game. I have found myself enjoying this in a different way than I enjoyed Dota. I've not played Dota in a little bit, despite patches, because I find it much more enjoyable to do this. Core version of the game. Every character has basically 4 abilities, a bunch of item slots. The core game is each side, 3 lanes. One of these guys against one of these guys is the main sort of back and forth. These little dudes, creeps, whatever you want to call them, go back and forth. Can you tag along for the next game? Sure, why not? Let's do that. I hope I get Paige. Are you Du Manchu? I'll have to add friends. So, let me get my... We'll do this one time. And it's going to be an invite link I get rid of very quickly. If you can find me, I'm not Brooks playing Deadlock. Search me right now. I have a bunch of friend requests. If it's you people, you need to actually tell me so that way I don't ignore you and block you. You already got me. What's your fucking username? I need to be able to invite you. Is it Pashy? It's probably Pashy. I'm going to guess it's Pashy. Pashy. There you go. Let's do it. Get into the game. Get into the game, Pash. All the setup is that. These two things go at each other. Every lane has that, then a stronger version, and then the bigger version, and then the thing. My preferred hero is Paige.
Do you think I brought enough books? I mean, it's probably enough, but I remember this one.
Paige is fantastic. Super fun.
Sorry, lady.
She's like a semi-support.
I was not prepared.
Her entire setup is basically clearing waves and helping people. Really fantastic. Really fun, super enjoyable, basic character. And she's adorable. And her character lines aren't the worst I've ever heard either.
This is the best part of the story.
I get a kick out of her. But she tends to fit like a very good playstyle for me. Other ones I enjoy. I've been playing a crap out of Celeste. She's very fun. But my other main is Apollo.
My father doesn't have high expectations for me. He has
Apollo is...
expectations for me.
remember when you were like, oh, you've got to be really good with the mouse. To a point. But like you'll notice, I'm shooting, it's not hitting. Because it's a sword. Swords aren't guns. So you got to be able to hit in a certain distance. He's a lot more of an up-close guy. So it's about sort of learning how to control those guys. And then he's got like a dash dodge, pretty good. And then a bunch of more extreme moves. But they're not fun to play here. It's a whole thing. That's a walker. Walkers are the second more powerful. And then you try to destroy the enemy base. You get items. Items do all kinds of shit. Every one of the characters has their own sort of thing that items do to them. The items are universal. Like this gives you a little bit of extra spirit. This one gives you a burst of stuff, of damage, spirit damage. Doesn't affect your gun, unless it does affect your gun, which is confusing. But yeah, it's a whole thing. These are mostly gun, mostly healing, stamina, like vitality, and magic shit. And then these are the builds. They kind of set you up into here's how you play this character. You buy these things in this order, set them up, and hope that you kind of get the shit you need. I like Deadlock. The frustration is that it is, one, in beta still. So that's annoying as shit, because Valve is, I guess, eternally in beta for everything. Because of that, they allow people to do mods to the game that are basically cheats. And I don't know how else to put it. You can add like mods that do all kinds of shit, and they're kind of okay with it, kind of not, and it's annoying. But there's actually also a lot of straight up aimbots and scripts and all kinds of shit. It's super annoying. If you mention it, you think you're cheaters. There are fucking cheaters everywhere. It's incredible. And there are constantly people getting banned and creating new accounts and inviting their fake accounts to it. It's unbelievable. Rim is one of those that's, if you can play very, very well, you can do really, really well with. Because Rim's bullets are really damaging. And if you can set up right, you can put them in a place where you can do a fuck ton of damage really fast. Not everyone gets there. But he's kind of a supporty-esque character. Because you got these little dudes who like hang out and... They all have like little rim guys next to them. So yeah, it's a very fun design. I like the character designs are very unique. Some of them aren't, obviously, but it's like. I mean, they're pretty unique.
Baroness, we always strive for perfection.
Very unique characters, to say the least.
Allow me to be your guide.
Basically Portal, but you have one door and then you open another, so you can... Yeah, right? You can also send people through it. I'll close it up. The best thing. You can send people across the map. Super fun. Bell, you got to shoot to ding it. Really fun. And then the best is, let me see if I can go find it. An ult that sends them to a hotel that they have to find their way out of.
The Baroness opens its arms for you.
So they have to make their way out of it. Doorman is super good if you're very clever at the game. But not everyone is that clever at the game.
Allow me to be of assistance.
So you can do a lot of really fun stuff if you're very good at him. Sinclair is very good if you can play him. Extremely difficult character,
Can
but
we please pretend to like each other for 60 minutes?
really fun because, for example, core thing, he's got like little nice, cute little double shot, really nice. And then you got this shoot one way, and then you can redirect it. Nice. Turn them into bunny rabbits, so you can kill them. Then there's the fun stuff. This is my assistant. She shoots wherever I do, which basically doubles all your ammo, but also missiles, which is pretty great. And then you can swap with her at any point. So I can go all the way over here and I can go, oop, oop, oop. Oh, I went too far. She has a bigger range at the later levels. And the other is the ability to copy any ultimate that there is. Really useful. Mirage is okay. Mina is fine. Lady Geist I've been enjoying more of lately. But like Graves, so you don't have to be good. So look, just hold your mouse down and like swipe over. It just attaches.
Cross the line if you dare.
She's pretty fun. I think she's fun.
Animating defenses.
She's pretty fun. I enjoy. Yeah. Viscous is cool. There's a lot of really good heroes. Did you join my game? Pesci is in the hideout. Oh, you're in the hideout. Pesci's in the hideout. Okay, well then I'll just TP back. Fair enough. We'll start the round. All right, we're going to do a shorter round. We're not going to do the full thing because I can't. Right now I'm too tired. And I got to go do kid stuff. But
if my services are needed to complete the ritual, then so be it.
What's up? Let's do a street brawl. How's that sound? I always do random, so we'll see who I get. Street brawl is a short version. Basically, you take various parts of the main game, and it's you don't get any gold or anything or any souls. You just get the levels you've got. You get everyone gets to choose a handful of cards, and then you just go at each other and kill each other till one destroys the other's guardian. Then you stop and you do it again. 3 times. I'm a fan of Reese's Oreos. The problem with Reese's Oreos, for anyone who's a connoisseur like I am, it's not Reese's peanut butter. It's actually Nutter Butter peanut butter, which is a different peanut butter than Reese's peanut butter. Nutter Butters, which I like. And if I think of them as Nutter Butter Oreos, they're fantastic. But if it's Reese's Oreos, they're terrible. This is the incisive political commentary you joined this stream for. Okay? I'm aware. There we go. All right, let's see who I'm playing. Please be, if it's like Paige, I'm going to actually be upset. 7, cool. 7, electrical guy, basically. Just a electrical scientist. Shoots electricity, bullets electricity. Focus on mostly his bullets, less on vitality and more on explosive damage. Extra charge is super good, gives secondary abilities. Toxic bullets is fantastic, actually. But I'm going to re-roll because I want something more rare. Ooh. Cooldown reduction could be good. Spirit lifesteal might be nice. Nope. Let's do it again. Take gambles. Permanent spirit power. Bonus move speed. Nope. Do improve spirit and then... Yes. Perfect. Spirit lifesteal increase and everything. Okay, so... And then everyone goes right to the mid, and it's whoever destroys the other's thing first, basically. It's a little bit more of a frenetic mode, but I'm a fan. And that's 24 seconds without a teammate. Oh shit, I'm dead. Ah. Let's see how Pashy's doing.
Time for evasion tactics.
Great Talon's super fun. Great Talon's super fun. Another more sniper, but a little bit more up close in comparison. A lot more traps, a lot more of better stuff for ults, things like that. Yeah, he's a bow and arrow guy. Bashy died there. I kind of saw that coming. They got the first one. That's okay. It goes back and forth. It's best of first 2-3, so it can go back and forth pretty fast. Usually, I just like to play to make sure that we get to those anyway. So, that's good. A lot of gun stuff is what I want. Let's give it a try. Gamble it. Yeah, that's good. All right. Let's balance it out. Fuck it. Yeah, the movement system is good. There's no teleporting or bullshit. It feels much better. Honestly, I like a lot of it a lot more than Dota. Like, there's a lot of choices. I'm like, this stuff they should just be putting in.
Hello.
Death is coming.
That's okay. I'm dead. Yeah, they're all quality of life choices that are really solid ideas that should have made their way through. It happens. Pashy, by the way, your mic's running. I don't know if you mean to. That's okay. We've lost 2 in a row. We're supposed to. The big electrical thing? Yeah. But no one else is alive to protect me, and you kind of need that shit. Kind of super need that shit. Come on, give me better shit. I'll take it. Take it. Good. And... Within 6.4 seconds. No, I want refresher. So then I can just refresh and use it twice in a row, and it'll be a bad day for all of them. It's kind of what you want. So they have to destroy our walker, which we're passing over right now, which is way further back. We need to destroy their walker in order to advance to the next level. Pretty easy overall setup, honestly. Man, they are focused on me, aren't they?
My arrow will strike true. Going up.
All right, we're going to do this. Protect me, Abrams. Oh my God. Oh, we lost. That's the end of the game. That's the game. They'll destroy the walker before Pasha even gets there. Or not. Maybe they're backing off weird.
Who doesn't love a surprise?
Our green walker is under attack.
Let's take out Ivy. He will fall. They can't hide forever. Ivy's missing.
That's my skill, is shooting out the electricity. I'm taking a fuck ton of damage when they're shooting me, but no, it doesn't hurt me. We'll do another one after this, because this was fast. They're going to destroy us. I am curious. Jesus, how are they not pushing in yet? It's like they're just doing fuck around.
Our green walker is under attack.
I'm going to find. This is the end.
Like, no one on the team. Do you guys know that, like, Ivy's just behind us killing things? Like, what the fuck? It's like no one is helping, and they're all just, like, pushing out the wave. It's amazing.
Challenge me and meet the same fate. Our green walker is
Like, it's unreal. He's dead. That's the end of the game.
good game.
Hell of a fight. GG. That was fun.
Always fun. Always fun. Except it wasn't that fun, but it was fun. Whatever. Fuck it. One more round, Pash. We're going to do another round.
Impressive work.
Do another random. And then I'm done for the night, everyone. That'll be it. That'll be it for me. Taking Dexter to a birthday party tomorrow, which will be exciting. I'm going to be doing some writing. I've just been going back and forth on so much with how Anti-Oedipus is translated and how I'm doing things. I was rewatching, like, for editing some of the older AO streams, and the choices I've made, some of them are like, it's tough, and then I hear people in their commentary, and it's like, well, wait, what about this? It's a never-ending process. It's a never-ending process. So that's been a lot of my time. I'll be able to do that tomorrow, and then finish rewriting the Stoic piece again, which I'm excited for. The final Stoic piece. I hope you guys are liking the Stoic series. The Rogan one today, I'm pretty happy with. Oh, I get to be Grey Talon, so you get to see that from my position. How exciting for all of you. That's fun. Grey Talon is a little slower. Let's see. Come on.
Weigh your options.
Sure, extra charge. Let's see. No. There we go. And I get counterspell anyway. Fuck it. Good. The Rogan piece today I was really happy with. And a lot of people are like, why give him room? And it's like, it's because of the reason you're literally not.
Death is coming.
I don't have his rhythm down. That is no good. Fuck me, I am off on this one. Frustrating.
Let them run. It will not save them. Together, we can do great things. Who doesn't love a surprise? Evading targets. They're in my sights. Trap out. Goodbye. They can't run forever.
I don't know why I keep missing that shot. It's terrible. It's embarrassing as fuck is what it is.
They won't know what hit them.
Death is coming.
Arrows knocked. Good work. This is the perfect spot.
Well, I guess if he's going to knock me this way, I'll go hang out. I really don't know if I've ever been knocked this direction during one of these matches. This is very boring. Locking back sucks ass.
Disengaging. I see them. Sending arrow.
Almost. Let's chase him down with a fucking bird. How's that sound?
I'll find them. Time for a visit.
Let's see him dodge this.
I have eyes on them. If they come, I'll be ready.
Your stay will be unforgettable.
Shot. Laying the trap. He falls on me. If I stay on the ground, I'm dead. This is the perfect spot.
Am I the only one? Fuck me. Okay. Literally nothing I can do alone, so whatever.
The Archmother's lackeys are more resolute than we expected.
Long range mystic shot, bonus spirit damage every 8 seconds. Fuck that. Beyond a minimum distance we want. Don't care. Alright.
Defend the stronghold.
For sure. And active reload. Perfect. I want that for sure. No, there's no more Jang donations. I ain't sticking around for that fucker tonight.
If I stay on the ground, I'm dead. Engaging. The hunter strikes. Aiming. Help me kill them! Some guy beginning!
Death is coming.
Jesus.
Finding a better angle. There's no hiding from me.
Shit! Fucking... What the fuck, man?
Nice job.
Your stay will be unforgettable.
Firing. Setting snare. Disengaging. I see you. The trap is set.
That was coming.
While the dust settles, we must prepare.
None of those. Nope. Yeah, it probably will be helpful. Still need something that's better for this, though. Let's try Tank Buster. It'll be nice. Oh, well then I'll take the double. Thank you. More entertaining than the last week of the Daily Show. I don't watch the Daily Show, so I don't know. It's been a good stream, though. We went over some good stuff, went over some bad stuff. I think had overall tried to have more productive conversations. That's what I've been trying to do lately than just shitting on people.
Laying the trap. I see. Contact. Let's see what you catch, my friend. Time for evasive tactics.
Your stay will be unforgettable.
It's all coming together. I have eyes on them. You won't know what hit them. I see you. I'll kill as many of them as I have to. Who doesn't love a surprise? They're in my sights.
It's time
Leave the prey to me.
I'll crush them.
Just keeps coming. Trap out. Evading targets. Contact. Meeting the target. Setting snare.
This McGinnis is like constantly killing my fucking aim, dude. This sucks. Oh, it's you, Pashy. That's why.
There you are. This hunt is over.
Show them why you are a legend.
And it's down.
The toilet will be paid in blood.
Prey is around here somewhere.
There we go.
I'm sorry.
Do not be sorry. Toxic bullets are good. Let's do the next thing. Come on, give me good stuff. Nope. Cool down. And oh yes. Silly amount of damage now. Love it. Love it. Love it. 212% up on my damage. Happy day there. Plus 5 weapon damage from identify 40 movement so low. Do I want that or 22% health? That would be the one to do for sure.
This is the perfect spot. It can't run forever. Who doesn't love a surprise? I do not miss. Reposition. I see them.
God damn it.
Our hospitality.
It's all coming together. Laying the trap. Such conviction. Run while you still can.
I got him. Oh, motherfucker. Bitch. Not getting the fuck away from that. Fuck off. It is like a better Overwatch. That's a fair way to put it. I think it is. Vampiric Burst useless. Spiritual Overflow is fine. No. I'm not hitting headshots today, so I'm going to skip all that shit. Yep, we'll do that. Yeah, that's just wonderful. And then... that's not enough. So we'll do Boundless. Hey, I have a bunch of friends who worked on Overwatch. I find the first Overwatch to be a metrically brilliant game, but they never built it beyond what it was, and I think Overwatch 2 shows that. And this is, hey, hero shooter, good idea. How can we take it? Well, MOBA is where it's inspired by, so what can we do? And the answer is you can actually do a lot.
Engaging. Disengaging. This is the perfect spot. I'll crush him. I fear no one. We can do Just die already!
Is under attack.
I see you. Unforgettable. Let's see what you catch, my friend.
Keep up the good work.
Almost happened. I see them. If they come, I'll be ready. There will be no escape.
A blue walker is under attack.
Good work. They can't run forever. Your stay will be unforgettable.
This is someone who's very good. When I said, remember earlier, I was like, hey, if someone's very good with the guy, there's very little you can do. This guy's very good with the fucking doorman.
Hello. There's no hiding from me.
Fucking luck me. What?
I don't care. I did that on stream and that felt good. That was like one of the best fucking kills I've had in a very long time. Anyone who saw that on stream who knows their shit is gonna be like, okay, that's not a bad. That was fun.
Setting snare. Engaging. My arrow will strike true. Laying the trap.
Nope, I'm having lag. Fuck me. That's a bad day.
You think you're winning?
Look out, guys! Reposition. Your stay will be unforgettable.
No one will stand between me and my revenge.
Thanks.
The hunter strikes.
Where the fuck is he?
Trap out. Let them run. It will not save them.
Just die already!
Very impressive. Time for evasive tactics. The trap is set.
I'll give him hell.
Your stay will be unforgettable.
That's how you win.
Nice.
Make fitting tribute to us.
Good round. All right. It's been fun, Pash. We will play again another night. And for everyone else, if I can leave you with a thought, I would hope that you take a moment and you realize, even if, hey, you like Jacob Geller, that's great. I think he's fine. When you're watching, when you're critiquing, when you're understanding what these people are saying, as they're going, take everything to heart. The language they're using is building in frameworks that you may not recognize, that you may not know as yours, that you probably don't know as yours, and you need to understand them. You need to, because it's fundamentally the thing that is happening across all of these pieces and all of this work. But once in a while, you need to turn your brain off. And I would agree. And I'm going to be doing that now. So I'm going to say thank you. If you want to support what I do, like everyone else and all of you lovely people who donated today, thank you so very much for all the super chats and everything. But of course, you can just join the Discord, discord.gg/DGQC, a wonderful place to be. Patreon.com/DGQC, and otherwise, give Ico my best. And I'll see you soon enough.